This doesn't sound like paid music. That's just me, right? Does anybody else feel that way?
Here we go. Brian, engineering manager, Kenyon, Rwanda. You're in, Brian. Welcome to Tech News Around the World. Let's see what Brian's all about. Brian Mayo had his hand up. Are you there? Go ahead, Brian. Did Brian join the stage? It doesn't look like it. That's okay. So let's jump right into it. But while we do, we'll get into the first story here, right at the top of the hour. Biggest story at the moment. Welcome back, everybody, and a very happy Thursday. I am no longer producing antibodies, or at least my body feels back to normal for the most part. So I've got my energy back. I'm excited and happy to be back with you. And the biggest story at this very moment, according to the tweets and all of Twitter, is the same story when we met 7 hours ago, which is that Netflix has hired ex-Facebook and EA executive. That's the update. That didn't say that when we met 7 hours ago. It said hires ex-Facebook executive. And now we realize he not only was this person, Mike Verdu, at Facebook, he was also at Electronic Arts. And that helps validate the claim that they've hired Mike Verdu, as VP of game development at Netflix. And you're thinking to yourself, say what? Netflix is hiring somebody for a VP of game development. And indeed they are. And we knew this because there was a headline about 2 weeks ago that Netflix was starting to hire, or I don't even know, Carl might remember, or somebody, probably Johan, was, I don't even think it was a headline, was it? Somebody on stage had done some investigating of their own and found that Netflix's, I think it was Johan, who went to Netflix's job site and noticed that they were hiring for video game positions. Does anyone else recall that?
Yeah, I do. That was Johan. Yeah.
Right.
He went and
right. And then we realized, Netflix is getting into video games. No journalist had figured that out yet. And Johan had gone and looked at their job board and could put some 1 and 2 and 3 together. And now this headline double confirms what we had found out before anybody else, which is Netflix is going into video games as their next big move. However,
and VR.
This is JT, that was my next comment, was this individual that they just hired, which has been the biggest article, biggest tech story for the past several hours. This is no ordinary hire from Facebook. This is their VP of VR and AR. But now the headline has changed. The headline previously said, from Bloomberg, it previously said Netflix hires ex-Facebook VP of AR and VR, Mike Verdu, which was true. But now the headline has been updated to say Netflix hires ex-Facebook and EA. EA is one of the biggest player in games. Facebook and EA executive Mike Verdu as VP of game development. Source: Netflix plans to offer games as new programming genre within the next year. And that headline just updated while I refreshed it in the last 2 minutes. So Bloomberg is getting some notes from Facebook or from Netflix to edit the headline, because it's causing some, when we shared this headline 8 hours ago in this room, even Michelle from Facebook was like, wait. Please clarify that Bosworth, who's the actual head of VR for Facebook, is not the person that this is about, which is correct. It's Mike Verdu, and he was a VP of AR and VR at Facebook, but also a key executive at Electronic Arts, the biggest game producer. And Netflix plans to offer games as new programming genre within the next year. That's a new headline within the last 2 minutes. So that's breaking news, everybody. They're now making it official. It's no longer about hiring particular job titles, and we're putting two and two together. It's official now. They've even have a timeline on it within the next year. Netflix, making its first big move beyond TV shows and films, is planning an expansion into video games. It's official. It's now published. And we figured that out. What was that? 2 weeks ago when Johan figured that? Almost 3 weeks ago. Something like that. So kudos to Johan for getting a 3-week head start on, because let's check out Netflix's, how it's moving on the NT.
Up 2%, I think.
Up 2% on the, well, the news hasn't even really broken yet. It'll break in the next hour.
I know one Wall Street analyst has already been on CNBC this morning talking about it, so it's broken.
Oh, maybe. Well, I no doubt because when we read the headline 7 hours ago, it was inferred rather directly that they've hired this person to be there, to work on games at Netflix. So the news that Netflix is working on games has been out for 7 hours, but now it's very official, because they're even giving a timeline, and they're even giving the title that he'll have as VP of Game Development. But that does remove a bit of the rumors that JT was pointing to just now, that it also does implicate, because this guy has a lot of AR, VR background at Facebook, that Netflix might also be going into kind of 360 video experience of a sort of AR, VR within Netflix, which makes sense as well. So, will be interesting
Tyler,
to see.
Did you see my post on, I'm trying to remember names now, Shonda, the creator of Bridgerton and Grey's Anatomy?
No. We did yesterday, didn't we, talk about Shonda? Maybe there's more news.
No, I can't remember. I've missed a couple of sessions. It's basically about the fact that she's renewed her contract, and in that contract, it has a clause for producing VR and game content.
Oh, on Netflix.
Yeah.
Right, and that helps give a preview, a very concrete reason to believe that they're going into VR, because one of the contracts they just did with one of their content producers also includes VR content, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Right, so now...
another thing I can't help but thinking,
Genius.
What else closed down at the beginning of the year? What did Google close down in February? Their Stadia platform, which was a streaming. And Netflix are, they are the streaming king. Absolutely nobody does streaming better than they do. So it's going to be interesting to see in what format they offer these. But if they went after the streaming of games, the live streaming of games, they could certainly do it. They've got the tech stack. Right.
So let's bring up Luis, because he's into VR. We got to invite some other VR friends, but this is how we're able to figure out. And Johan, thank you for joining in. We were just talking about you. Did you or did you not, about 3 weeks ago, reveal here in this very room that Netflix was working on games because you were looking at their job hirings and you noticed something unusual, that they seem to be hiring for game positions?
Yes, yeah, I did see that one and posted that one along with another information. I don't remember that I discussed it, but I posted it.
Right. No, we noticed it. And now the headlines today, 3 weeks later, is that Netflix plans to offer games as a new programming genre within the next year, marking its first big move beyond TV shows and films, is planning an expansion into video games, and has hired ex-Facebook and EA executive Mike Verdu as VP of Game Development. And will be interesting to see how the stock moves in today and tomorrow as a result, because you gave us a preview of that headline well before anybody else. So thank you for that. And that's not the first time you've given us a preview due to job title sleuthing in different... there was the other one related to the number...
Shopify thing.
Shopify, just the absolute sheer number of positions that Shopify had open prior to the official announcements by Google and Facebook and others that they were partnering with Shopify. Which, by the way, that stock has absolutely gone straight up since then. So my personal thank you on that one. That was a very valuable insight. So that's the big news at the moment. And I guess we can, if anyone in that space, there's the game element of Netflix, which I think is brilliant. It's a really well fitting second chapter for them as they move beyond TV shows and films, and they need to. And now's the perfect time. It speaks to Netflix not resting on the fact that they're in a fairly good position as a TV streaming platform, but there's now several others all jumping into that, and Disney's staked out its territory, and now you've got other players all realizing they need to get a piece of that pie because there's only so many users to sign up for $10 a month of video streaming, and YouTube's definitely a player there, and yeah, so.
Yes, so Tyler, mentioning YouTube. So really the play here is not so much streaming versus video games. Some of these companies, Netflix in particular, YouTube, they want to control basically how many hours a day people watch anything they put out.
Great point.
And they don't care whether it's a movie.
Great
they don't
point.
care if you're playing a game. Yeah.
And Ken's exactly right. When you have meetings with these teams, and I've had meetings with these teams, and the wording they use is exactly what Ken just said. There is two things. There's limited number, as I phrased it, was that there's two things they're very conscious of. There's a limited number of actual users to fight over, and once all the users have signed up to these different platforms, it's much harder to get people to change platforms than it is to get users who have yet to pay for a platform. So they're going after the virgin users first, and then after those are all gone, then they start fighting over and trying to get you to change services, which is much harder. The acquisition cost goes much higher. The virgin user acquisition cost is much lower. So, because they can lure you in with all kinds of clever strategies. Now, what Ken says is a separate but equally and perhaps even more relevant point, which is even when you subscribe to these, they are fighting for there's a limited number of hours in a day and minutes in a day. And these apps are, in fact, fighting for average viewer time and total viewer time per day, per week, per month. Because the more viewer minutes they have, that is market share, essentially. And so there's the revenue market share, and then there's the actual time average and cumulative minute and hour view time that they are fighting for. And I had those meetings, and they said exactly that. YouTube, when they were, doing short form video primarily, they started out as 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 minute videos, and they realized, we need to get into longer form content to fight with TV because we are in a battle for TV. TV is our competitor because YouTube dominated the video platforms. They killed Video Plaza. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I can wait.
Yeah. So they killed off their competitors like Veo, my buddy Dimitri, and they killed off, what were the other ones? Steve, who did, they were the first ones to pay their content creators. Revver, Revver, out of LA. And then they killed Dailymotion out of France, and Facebook, because they sold to Google, and Google just gave them a huge advantage in killing off everybody because they had the cloud situation and the distribution through Google search. It was just unfair at that point. So YouTube essentially became a bit of a monopoly. I mean, Veo is kind of still around because they have AIC, and if they hadn't had AIC, they would be gone as well. But so anyway, YouTube took the mountain, and YouTube then realized, we're not competing with Veo anymore, or Vidler, or all these other video platforms that died. We're now competing with TV, and we can beat TV because we have data, and they really don't. And now they are competing with TV, and they are kicking TV's butt to a certain degree. And now TikTok comes along, and TikTok starts kicking so much ass. They just reached, by the way, one of the headlines today was that TikTok just passed 3 billion users, the second app on the planet to ever do so after Facebook. And now YouTube says, shit, we got to go after TikTok and address the 1 minute video market because that's what the kids want to do in vertical video format. And so they just announced themselves globally in the same 24-hour window that TikTok announces they've reached 3 billion global users. YouTube just announced in the past 24 hours that they've just released YouTube Shorts, which is their version of TikTok, of vertical short form 1 minute, 2 minute videos. And they're going to compete for the creators on that, and it's going to get funny. But I lost my thread. Oh, this eyeball battle. They're battling for your amount of eyeball time. And this goes into Spotify's position, which Grayford here in the audience could certainly speak to, having worked at Spotify. Spotify's been very clear about their stated global mission is they're battling for your not eyeballs, but your ear time, that you have a limited number of minutes per day of your ears. They want to dominate your ear time because you only got 2 ears. You can only listen to one thing at a time, essentially. And that's either going to be music or audiobooks or podcasts or rooms like this. And that's why every Swede knows, because every Swede knows that that's Spotify's stated mission is to dominate your ear time. When Clubhouse came out, Swedes said, oh, Spotify is going to have to buy Clubhouse or make their own or do something in this space because it's cutting into ear time, which is Spotify's stated mission. And so it wasn't a surprise to Swedes at all when Spotify bought a Clubhouse clone called Locker Room, because it's right in their stated mission to dominate ear time. So now you know why, and it's a huge priority, because it also plays into the AR Assistant. It plays into Siri and Alexa and Google Assistant, because those home speaker devices also play into your ear time as well. And Spotify's gained tremendous market share over Apple precisely through Google Assistant, because when you ask Google Assistant, hey, Google Assistant, hey, Google, play me some jazz, guess who it plays? Not Apple Music. The default has for quite a while been Spotify, because Google Music sucks, and they tried to do Google Music, and the Google Music had real friction because of YouTube. So there was this real friction about who should Google Assistant play when you ask, hey, play Mozart or play jazz, or, it didn't know who should be the default music. And it sure as hell wasn't going to be Apple, because there's no way in hell Google's going to send you over to Apple Music. Siri, of course, wants to play you Apple Music, and in fact does. Alexa, I'm not even sure who Alexa sends you to. I imagine it's their own.
Prime, normally, depending on your setup and
right.
What subscription you've got.
Right, because Prime is, by the way, the other big player in this space of video streaming and audio streaming, and now podcast streaming, because they just bought a podcast analytics company in the past 2 weeks, because they understand what Spotify is up to, and they want to be a competitor in the audio space and video space. So anyway, but now
Tyler, there's actually breaking news like this minute, like just came over, very relevant to what we're discussing.
Go, Ken, go.
As people know, Amazon bought the rights for Thursday Night Football for $1 billion, okay? They just announced this morning, even though they've got the rights, they're hiring NBC to actually produce the show, meaning NBC is going to hire the announcers, NBC is going to figure out the camera angles for, the 50-yard line and all the other stuff. And so all Amazon's interested is that you have to watch it on Amazon Prime, because they want you on Amazon Prime and they want subscriptions for Amazon Prime. They obviously don't have an interest in actually understanding how to be a sportscaster, so they're going to subcontract it to NBC.
Awesome. Thank you for that.
Tyler,
yes.
Just a quick fun fact
yes.
on the Netflix and VR. YouTube also has a VR component.
Yes.
So you're able to watch not only 180 video, but also 360 video.
Right. And they're being pretty covert about their VR ambitions, YouTube and Google at this point, yeah? I mean, ironically, they were the first to come out with the Google Glass, a decade ago, right?
I mean, Google just lost a person to Facebook in the VR space that we covered a few.
Oh, yeah, we just covered that headline 48 hours ago, and that was kind of a blow. That was like their head of AR, VR at Google just went over to Facebook, because for people who don't know, there has been since I want to say
That is long ago.
2005-ish, this kind of understood agreement that the big tech companies wouldn't poach talent from each other, and that's now expired in the past few months, and they are now gunning at each other. And so that's why you're seeing really interesting headlines like the one that we just said. And Zuckerberg is going big into VR. I mean, they seem to have the biggest appetite for it thus far. It's far more obvious. They clearly are investing heavily into it. In fact, we had a headline yesterday that they're even dabbling in brain-computer interface, what is BCI. And if you've not heard BCI yet, you will, because BCI means brain-computer interface, and it means controlling. It's a cable coming out of your goddamn brain controlling other things.
And they had people, Tyler, they had somebody, the article that was posted yesterday to TNATW was that someone actually was able to speak on screen who had lost the ability to talk using a brain-computer interface.
Correct.
I have a fun fact on that.
Yeah, go for it, Luis.
So back in 2016, when I was getting involved early with this, there was a gentleman who had a group where they liked what I was doing because they were dealing with another person that was trying to use a way to have the VR headset with whatever they were developing that was able to connect to the brain so military people can have the information sent from some kind of computer system, for lack of a better word, to feed them the information live with the headset to your brain, not just visual, but to your brain, so they can give you better instructions when you're going to a war. It was a very creepy control system mechanism, military designed. I don't know where it went or how far it went. They didn't join him, but that's where they were trying to go with it.
But you bring up a fantastic point, which is they've got, when I say they, I mean the Department of Defense is the biggest buyer of technology on the planet. They've got the funds to make this super cutting edge technology a reality. And they have desires that they are not capable of fulfilling, like what you just described. And then they have meetings. They set up lunch meetings with people that they think can turn their dreams into realities, just to remind them that we've got more money than God. You think Apple's got a lot of money? No, we've got far more money than they do, and we're more than happy to spend it, give it to you. And by the way, we don't haggle about prices. Do you want to know how much we paid NASA for a pair of gloves? You could buy small countries with how much we overspend on things like these government. When you get government money, once you get used to that, it's hard to get off of it because they overpay, by 100x for pencils and coffee cups and shit. It's like truly obscene overpaying of money. So if you are one of the lucky people who can get the Department of Defense as a customer, you're done. You're not going back to the, haggling over money, from restaurant owners and shit like that, or even schools or anything like that.
Fun thing on that also, my friend Nick Mechanic just raised a lot of money with the United States military to develop virtual reality, augmented reality system that is built with a retired jet pilot here out of Los Angeles and in Camarillo. What it is for is allows them to simulate flying so they don't have to risk dangerous flying maneuvers. You do it in augmented reality and virtual reality before you do it in a real jet. They just raised the money about 2 months ago.
Yeah,
from the military.
Yeah. There's going to be so that they can train up people super quickly with AIs for fighter pilot training and all. And imagine that when VR comes in with fighter pilot training and all that shit, because it's way better than any flight simulator when you can move your head, in a much more realistic 360 fashion, which you cannot do with TV screen flight simulators. So it's going to be a real game changer. We've got
the government.
Yeah. Go ahead, Messi.
No, I was just going to quickly add that the government in the US actually are also having a lot of grant money for innovative startups as well. So yeah, a lot of startups have been getting pre-seed funding and as a grant. It doesn't even have equity either. So that's all I just want to add.
Okay. So we covered the biggest headline of the day of Netflix going into video games, and they are going to get into AR and VR just like YouTube. They're both being a little bit quiet. They're not yelling from the mountaintop like Mark Zuckerberg is at Facebook and hiring the best people from their competitor, namely Google, to join them at Facebook, which that's kind of a blow to the future of AR, VR at Google for the time being, and certainly a feather in the cap of Facebook to continue their ascent as the leader of AR and VR for the near future. But we had the headline about Facebook. There was two. Dr. Fran mentioned the one where an individual who's not able to speak was now able to speak by tapping into the part of the brain related to speaking. And then there was a separate headline from a different team that was able to do two-way communication, BCI. What does that mean? BCI can be one-way or two-way. One-way is what we were describing. You do something, your brain sends out a signal. That signal gets sent to a robotic arm and moves the robotic arm, and you pick up a glass, and that's great. That's one-way BCI communication. Two-way BCI communication is a whole other bag of chips, because now you put sensors in the fingertips of that robotic hand that picks up the glass, and that sends a signal back to the brain, and the person then can feel the glass on the robotic hand. That's two-way communication, BCI. That was a headline yesterday, and the individual who was wired up gave the quote as saying, it's not exactly the same as you would feel from your fingers, but you do feel pressure. You do feel the pressure of the object in your hand. So they're getting very close to the part of the brain that will give you a very realistic feel of the glass, but not exactly. But you do feel the pressure of the glass, because those are two different parts of the brain. You probably need both. But the question then becomes, how long will it take these brain researchers to map out the parts of the brain related to touch of every part of your body? And heaven help us all when they figure out the nerve endings around your genitals, because that two-way BCI, when porn figures out how to do that, that's a beginning of the end of the world right there, because people will not be leaving their homes for, you think the birth rate has declined lately? Oh boy, wait till they figure out two-way BCI on your genitals. You might be questioning.
TMI.
Yeah, a little too much information. Okay. So,
Tyler, I
yes.
have a really dinger. I just tweeted to.
We're moving on from the two-way BCI on your genitals, Johan.
Yes, please.
Yeah, go ahead.
To another one.
Okay.
I tried to ping in James Sherwin-Smith. Apparently, the Reserve Bank of India had indefinitely barred MasterCard from issuing new debit, credit, or prepaid cards to customers in South Asian market.
Yes.
Over non-compliance with local data storage rules.
That's right. Is Monica on stage?
Have you already brought that up?
Yeah,
she was.
Yes, Johan. So, Johan usually joins us every day. We meet twice a day. Click on the title. Welcome to Tech News Around the World, everybody. Happy Thursday. Click on the title of the room to see our schedule where we meet twice a day. Johan usually joins us in our other time zone, and it wasn't so much there today, but he is here. And what happens is we cover all the headlines all the time, every day. It's very rare that somebody can introduce something that's more than 4 hours old that we haven't already covered, as Johan is now attempting to do. We have, in fact, covered this headline earlier today, where Johan normally joins us but didn't today, so he's now bringing it up now. But we did do the deep dive on MasterCard being essentially frozen in India, and there's more to this than meets the eye, because it's a huge blow to MasterCard, and to be specific, they're no longer able to sign up new users for any of their products, their debit cards, their credit cards, and what have you. Of course, the businesses in India who rely on MasterCard are still able to accept MasterCards, and MasterCard's able to continue doing business for those merchants. And that's very, very interesting, and actually tells us and informs us and gives us a really important clue into a whole other puzzle that we were trying to solve, which I will hold that thought. It's super relevant and very insightful into another issue that we're trying to figure out. So by the way, it's not only MasterCard. What was the other one? Someone remember the other credit card company?
Yeah, Tyler, it's
Diner and
American
Amex as well.
Express and Discover. Both.
American Express and Discover also, but not Visa. And it's because of now India's essentially dictating how they store the data. And MasterCard had their own proprietary way of storing their data that works for them for the past 50 years. And India says that ain't good enough. We're now telling you how you're going to store your data because we have plans for your data. And MasterCard says, say what? And they're like, you heard me, cowboy. You store your data this way or you stop doing business in our country. But how they, again, it's not personal because they're doing it to the people who don't comply, like Discover and Diners Club and whatever the other cards were. Visa is obviously complying, and so they're making hay now while MasterCard's been temporarily frozen. Now, here's what's interesting. Notice that specifically how they are punishing the non-compliers is the business, all of the MasterCard does a lot of business with a lot of companies in India. Millions of businesses accept MasterCard in India. And those millions of businesses that accept MasterCard are not penalized, or what's the word I'm looking for? They're not a victim in this. They're not punished or hurt by this decision. Only MasterCard is, because MasterCard is not able to sign up new users. The existing users are in no way what's the word I'm looking for? Impeded.
Discouraged.
Yeah, or
impeded.
Yeah, punished, or they don't suffer as a consequence of this decision. That's super interesting. Why is it so interesting? Because in today, India and Twitter have a huge beef going on. And today, Twitter does not want to comply with India, but is forced to. Because India has the upper hand. Because Twitter wants to start doing e-commerce on Twitter. So does Facebook and these other apps. And that is such a tremendously huge windfall of bags of endless money raining from the sky that Twitter says, okay, boss, we will do whatever you say. We're going to comply. We're going to take down articles that even we really disagree with, but we're going to do it because, well, we're greedy bastards. So we're going to hang out and we're going to start to sign up lots and lots, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, maybe even millions of small businesses to do business on Twitter as little shops on Twitter and on Instagram and on TikTok and Facebook and Pinterest. All of these social apps are going to become e-commerce. So when you're using Pinterest or TikTok or Instagram or Twitter in the future, you'll be able to buy from those accounts, right? So some shoe company, some little mom and pop shoe store will have an account on Twitter, and they'll tweet out a photo of a shoe they have for sale, and you'll be able to buy that shoe right there, right then from Twitter without ever leaving Twitter. That's coming. And Twitter knows that's coming. And then imagine 3 years in the future where Twitter has 1 million small shops all selling their products through Twitter. And then India says, hey, Twitter, guess what? It's Wednesday again. Here's all of the content we want you to remove. Someday, Twitter's going to say, no, not today. No more. We're not going to remove that stuff no more. And India's going to say what? Who's the boss? We're telling you to remove it or get out of the country. You remember how this goes, Twitter. We have the upper hand, remember? And Twitter's going to say, you know what? We now have 1 million of your small businesses using our platform as the bulk of their sales is now happening through Twitter. So if you force us to stop, you're now going to be essentially shutting down more than 1 million businesses in India. So again, we now have the upper hand, and we're telling you, no, we're not going to remove that content, because if you insist, what happens to all of these millions of businesses? And we weren't sure how that inevitable debate was going to get resolved. And now we got a preview into how that's going to be resolved due to MasterCard, because India very cleverly is telling MasterCard, you don't have to stop doing business in India. The existing businesses that rely on your technology which is no doubt millions of businesses accept MasterCard, they can still use MasterCard and you can still do business with them, but you are no longer able to sign up any new accounts. And they will, when that day comes, when Twitter flexes and says, no, we're not taking down that content. We have 1 million businesses all relying on Twitter in your country. India's going to say, that's fine. They can still do business with Twitter, but you can no longer sign up new businesses to sign up to do e-commerce on Twitter in India. And we now know that because of exactly what they're telling MasterCard. So it's super interesting in helping us figure out how that future content moderation issue will go down in India. And for those who don't know, this is really still, not only is it kind of breaking news, it hasn't even broke yet. It's coming out soon, essentially. And here it is. Reuters was 24 hours ago was claiming they had an exclusive, and they do. And the exclusive is kind of earth-shaking. It's about Twitter is going to put out a report on Wednesday that hasn't come out yet, but Reuters got an exclusive preview. And let's unpack for everybody who doesn't know how journalism and the PR game works in 2021. These platforms like Twitter and Facebook and Instagram and all of these apps have what they call communications teams. Comms teams is the internal word for this. And I, as an event producer, a big festival producer, constantly have to work with the comms teams when I'm inviting their CEOs to speak at my events, because the comms team is the one who's responsible for all the headlines that get generated during an event, or the relationship between the app and the journalists and the stories they write. So the comms, how then did Reuters get an exclusive preview to this report that Twitter's going to come out with next week, Wednesday? Well, it's because Reuters got the exclusive of Twitter's new upcoming report next week because Reuters journalist or editor is very friendly with the head of the comms team at Twitter. And so the head of comms at Twitter said, which of my journalistic friends should I reward today? And give them an exclusive, because all of these journalists like Reuters and AP and New York Times, Wall Street Journal, Washington Post, they all fight for exclusives. That's real currency in their world. And so that's why they even put as a huge first word in the headline, exclusive, Reuters exclusive. We're the only ones who have this news and no one else has it. Twitter report coming out Wednesday, and they showed it to us and us only first. That clearly shows that the editor at Reuters is getting an early Christmas present from Twitter's head of comms. And yeah, it's currency. They trade these deals all the time. So anyway, so here's the exclusive from Reuters. It says, Twitter sees jump in government demands to remove content of reporters. That's totally different from just removing every day your crazy uncle, your drunk aunt tweeting nonsense on Twitter. Yes, that's going to get removed. That's not really that important. This is removing content of not only reporters, but verified reporters that Twitter has verified are reporters. And asking to remove content of verified reporters, that's a totally different issue than removing your drunk uncle's tweets. So watch this. Watch the key sentence in this article. So let me get the actual one I want. Right there. No, not that one. Is it this one? It's not that one. Is it this one? Give me 2 seconds here. Cal, stall for me for 10 seconds. Here we go. I got it. It's right here. Here we go. Exclusive. Twitter sees jump in government demands to remove content from journalists. Twitter saw a surge in demands over the course of the last year from governments around the world to take down content posted by journalists and news outlets stated to be released by the social media platform for the first time will show on Wednesday. Here's the exclusive. In its transparency report to be published on Wednesday, and a copy of which was seen by Reuters. Thank you to the head of comms from Twitter for this fantastic exclusive. Twitter said verified accounts of 199 journalists and news outlets in its platform globally were subject to 361 legal demands from governments to remove content, governments to demand the removal of content in the second half of 2020, which is up 26% from the first half of 2020, and is no doubt when they do it's a biannual report that they do every 6 months, and the next one will come out not so long from now because the first half of 2021 is now officially over. It declined to elaborate on which countries submitted the demands or how many of the legal demands pertaining to journalists or news outlets to the platform were complied with. So Twitter's being transparent about the number of requests, but they're not being transparent about who requested, these complaints necessarily, and they're not being transparent about how many they complied with. However, they do give a hint as to who demanded this, and they do give a hint as to how many they complied with right here, where it says the company Twitter said globally it received over 14,500 requests for information between the second half of the year, and it produced some or all of the information in response to 30% of the requests. And they only, in those 30% of the requests that they responded to, they produced some or all of the information that was requested. So they're not even saying that they gave all the information. Now the question is, what is the information that's being requested when they request these takedowns? Are they just requesting that the content be taken down, or are they also asking for the identities of the people that are making the content that's being removed? They finally answer. Here it is. Such information requests can include governments or other entities within the government asking for the identities of people tweeting under pseudonyms. So they're basically saying governments are asking us for the identities of these people. Oh, and by the way, they do say that the Twitter has, where is it? The new details, India. I got to search this for India. Here it is. Twitter said in the report, India was now the single largest source of all information requests from governments globally, overtaking the US. So, and they're implying that they're asking for identities. They're just wink, wink, letting you know they may or may not be asking us for identities. Well, why even say that if they're not? Of course, they are. You're implying that they are, and not even. It's not even a subtle implication. You're saying that they are without saying it. They're saying it without saying it. If you know what I'm saying, Bobby. Yay! If you can pick up what I'm laying down here, they may or may not be asking me that what you did last week, Bobby. The police came and may or may not have asked me where you were last week, Bobby, when you may or may not have been killing that other guy. Bobby, please listen to what I'm not saying to you. Bobby, are you picking it up, Bobby? You see what I'm telling you or what I'm not telling you, Bobby? They may or may not have asked me where you were last week, Bobby. You see what I'm saying, Bobby? So they're telling us that these governments, which may or may not be India, which is the biggest requester, Bobby. It may or may not have been India who was asking me, Bobby. I'm not saying who did it. I'm just saying it may or may not have been India. You see what I'm saying, Bobby? I'm not saying it was India. I never said it was India. I said it may or may not be India, Bobby. So let's wait and see what the report says on Wednesday, if it's actually publicly released. But in this exclusive preview given to Reuters, it may or may not be asking for the identities of these journalists that they're asking be removed and these pseudonymous accounts. And let me tell you, this is the beginnings. Once these apps start complying, and they are complying, they don't have a choice because they have to comply or get out. And they're not going to get out because there's billions of dollars of opportunity in staying and e-commerceifying and becoming an e-commerce portal to compete with Amazon in these countries. It's billions and billions and billions of dollars. They're not going to say, you know what? Okay, we're not going to take down those tweets and you're going to kick us out. And it's just billions of dollars. What's a few $1 billion? I guess we'll just not do India. You think that's an option? No, it's not an option because then your shareholders are going to vote you out. Whoever made that decision will be voted out of the company at the next board meeting. And the board member themselves will be voted off of the board by the shareholders at the next meeting. So you don't have a choice. This ultimately will come down to the shareholders. The only company that could actually stand up to that is Facebook, because Mark Zuckerberg has enough control of the votes of the company that he could even tell the shareholders to go screw themselves. So Twitter cannot do that. Twitter has to do whatever the shareholders say. Shareholders are going to say stay and remove the content in India, stay in India, e-commerceify in India, make billions of dollars in India, and everybody wins, everybody's happy. But the next step is these countries, once they realize they have the upper hand and can force all the platforms to comply with their demands of not only removing content from your crazy drunk uncle, but also verified journalists from the New York Times and Washington Post and Wall Street Journal, etc. As soon as they see Twitter removing that content, which they have said they are in part complying sometimes. Well, why even say that if you're not complying? Just say we didn't comply. You didn't say that. You said we complied in part or all 30% of the time. What a fun way to twist the language. Just say you did or you didn't, and you can't because you did. They did comply. They took down the verified journalists' content in some countries. So they're removing it. They're admitting they're removing it. And then that empowers these countries like India, because that's where the beef is at the moment. But this is not specific to India. This is going to cascade into everywhere eventually in short order, now that everyone realizes what's happening. So when India says remove these verified journalists, this New York Times journalist who found something we don't like, remove it. And Twitter says, okay, boss, because we want the billions. We're greedy bastards. So we're going to remove this New York Times article that has verified sources. Okay, boss. You got it, boss. And then the next step is, hey, Twitter, when you come back next month, make sure you have verified identities of everybody next month. Okay, boss. Whatever you say. And if you don't, hey, you can just stop doing business here if you don't comply with that. Same with MasterCard. We're now forcing you to change your data, how you store data. Oh, Twitter, we're now forcing you to collect verified identities, which, by the way, was another headline we read 24 hours ago, that it was Vietnam is now forcing them to give the identities of any user with more than 10,000 followers. So it's already, in fact, started. And it's going to snowball from India and Vietnam to the US and Russia, will be very likely, and Indonesia, and on and on and on. And they're going to have to do identity verification, and it's coming, and no one's got a choice about it. Certainly not the platforms. And we're all quiet in our appreciation because we know our identities and everything we say in this room 6 months from now will be, usable by India and China and everybody else with our proven identity, with our state-issued identities as part of the reports. And that's why we are so silent in our appreciation for Xi Jinping. And we just want to stop for a second and this
is Chris Jung, and I approve that statement.
Moment of silence.
Moment of silence in our appreciation of, the king of Thailand is truly the most beautiful, handsome, wise individual that was ever born on this planet. Maybe second to Jesus, maybe not. Maybe not. Because
how's the king of Thailand doing these days?
He's enjoying his beauty and his wisdom. So, it's going to be a very different internet in about 6 to 12 months, when all of these platforms have to do identity verification, have to write monthly reports of all the content that's being produced, and systematically removed. Oh, and by the way, there was a headline in the past 12 hours. TikTok jumped up to the front of the class, as the A student it is, and says, hey, guess what, boss? We just figured out how to systematically, auto-magically remove infringing content before it even gets uploaded, boss. How's that for an A student, huh? Who's the A student now, boss? We're
front of class.
We're valedictorian.
We are valid. Look at the shiny apple on my head, as I'm now removing the infringing content before it ever gets published. While they're uploading it, we can algorithmically remove it, boss, before it ever gets seen, boss. How you like that? How you like them apples?
Hey, Tyler, that's one reason why TikTok is going to come back into India. That's what they're going to be let back in.
They even said as much. They told India, hey, India, listen, I know you kicked us out. I know you've got 3 new local TikTok competitors that are booming, adding 1 million users a week. That's facts. And where did our Indian friend Vinay go on stage? Vinay, where'd you go?
Yeah, I'm here.
He's still here.
I'm here.
What's the name of the TikTok competitor born in India that's now kicking ass? There's 3, yes?
Oh, there's 3. There's one called ShareChat.
Yep.
That's huge. That's in every language.
Yep.
Then there's, of course, Koo. That's going around.
That's the
pretty
Twitter
big as well.
competitor. Yep.
Yeah, Twitter, but they're also launching video, by the way.
Sure, why not?
Koo's expanding. So those are the 2 big ones.
Uh-huh.
And ShareChat's raised huge amount of funding as well.
Yep.
Google's putting money in them.
So ShareChat is doing TikTok. Koo's doing Twitter.
Chingari too. Chingari or something.
Chingari is doing Clubhouse and TikTok. Okay, so TikTok is now begging to be let back into India because it's so much money. Because they got kicked out because all the Chinese apps got kicked out. 200 plus apps all got kicked out, all the Chinese apps. And then TikTok saying, hey, listen, boss, listen, boss. I know we got kicked out with all of our Chinese friends, but listen, we can remove the content before it even gets published, not after it's published, when humanly removed, which takes time. We can do it even before it's ever published, and we are more than happy to do monthly audits, updates on all of our content removal. And can we please come back in, boss? Pretty please, because, by the way, perhaps you don't know, we're not just interested in lots of likes of people dancing. We're going to be e-commerce, baby, because that's where this is going. And that's why we are so endlessly begging to be let back into India, because TikTok's about to become an e-commerce site, just like it is in China. Just like, what's the actual TikTok's name in China, where it is an e-commerce site. It's massively popular and massively profitable because social media is becoming e-commerceified, and TikTok is just still hurt over the billions and billions and billions of dollars that's lost out of being kicked out of India. Cheryl?
In China, they are called Douyin.
Douyin, yeah, is the...
Douyin.
Yeah.
Hey, Tyler, let me read this. TikTok's parent company ByteDance has approached the IT minister and the prime minister officials and reiterated that ByteDance and TikTok will work to comply with the new IT rules. The report stated that TikTok has already appointed the nodal and grievance officers well before the IT ministry order and is looking to work its ways with the Modi government. So your Twitter was complaining that we're not going to appoint. TikTok wasn't even told to appoint, but they were already ready. They've appointed people and everything. They are desperate.
Well, let me unpack it for you. They left out an important part where they actually got down on their knees and said, please, pretty please, with cherries on top. Pretty billions of dollars, tens of billions of dollars, pretty please. So that's what it is, and that's where it's at. And you know what? India might say, can you get us the identities, verified state identities of everybody? And if they say they can, then they're going to ask the local Indian app, hey, can you get us the... TikTok's willing to give us the identities of everybody, just like they do in China, by the way. And TikTok's going to say, oh, is that all you want? Why didn't you say so? We've been doing that in China from the beginning. And they'll say, better than that, boss. You want the identities, boss? Hey, boss, why didn't you say so? Of course we can do that. We've been doing that in China from the beginning, boss. Listen, one better. How about we do this? How's this melt your butter, boss? We couldn't even do facial recognition on everybody in the system. So if somebody who isn't approved and isn't had their facial identity recorded and verified tries to join a live stream, hey, boss, you might not realize this, but you know what's coming soon, boss? Live streaming. Big time, boss. Because today we do short little cute cat videos and dancing videos, but in the very near future, we're going to have buy buttons on all of our stuff, and people are going to be doing live streaming because live streaming sells more than short little videos. And when people are doing live streaming, they can say all kinds of crazy shit in real time, boss, that you'll never be able to hear because it was live streaming and then it was gone. In a video, you can see that video after the fact. In text, you can see it after the fact. But in a live stream, boss, they say nasty stuff about you, and then it's gone forever, boss. And you didn't know that you've got hundreds of thousands of people all saying really, really mean things about you, boss, that could really hurt your feelings. But we have a solution to that, boss, that your local startups don't have. We've got facial recognition, boss. It's called SenseTime out of Shenzhen. And what we're doing in China, you're going to love this, boss. Have a seat. How's your chai, boss? You need a refill? Now listen up, boss. So when everyone switches over to live streaming, real-time live streaming, which is coming, it's happening, we have solved this problem of people saying nasty, hurtful stuff that could really hurt your feelings on these live streams by doing facial recognition with our friends at SenseTime. And we've got everybody's face registered, and we're going to get everybody registered who's able to use our app inside of India. And if anybody says anything mean about you, boss, we've got it. And we got their face recorded, and we already know who they are and where their mama lives and their bank account info and everything else. And
also if they organize against you. Right?
Well, more importantly, boss, if they invite somebody into the app, because here's what's going to happen, boss, is they know their face has been recorded. And what they do is they bring in their friend who hasn't been registered in the app to say nasty things about you, boss. And guess what we do when an unrecognized face enters the live stream, boss? We instantly kill the stream, boss. How you like them apples, boss?
Didn't Microsoft get in trouble for something like this with the Xbox when they're saying we went to detect if people are playing the game that actually have paid for it? They got pushback on that massively, and they had to reshape some of their plans with how they're doing secondary retail for that.
Right, but TikTok might be able to squeeze back in if they play that friendly in a way that their domestic apps aren't able to. So the domestic apps got to up their game and do facial recognition and identity verification on all their users.
There's going to be one more catch for TikTok. They'll say you got to put all the data on a data center in India.
Of course. Anywho, don't get me started. Welcome back, Chris. So we covered the big headline of the day in Netflix. The number 2 headline of the moment is that Twitter says it was going to retire fleets. Who cares? Nobody cared. That wasn't that important when it was happening. But that's not the important part of, that's the headline, but that's not the important part of the story. Oh no, not at all. Because everyone's distracted by the headline that Twitter says it will retire fleets, which is its Instagram stories like service or its Snapchat like snap feature that, you share a tweet that auto deletes in 24 hours. Big whoopee. Nobody used it. Nobody cares. That's dying. That's not important. Here's what's important is the product manager for that feature is a guy named Kayvon Beikpour. And Kayvon was the creator of Periscope, a little app that Twitter acquired when Twitter thought it wanted to go into live video. And Periscope also was not successful and also got sunsetted and got remetabolized and reborn like a phoenix into what is now called Twitter Spaces, which you may have heard of because it's their version of an app called Clubhouse, which I'm pretty sure you've heard of. So Twitter Spaces is run by Kayvon. Kayvon was also the product manager for Fleets. Fleets is now being sunsetted, graveyarded, 86th iceboxed. And Kayvon did a couple of tweets where he says, we're winding down Fleets on August 3rd. We weren't seeing the impact we'd like to see from a big bet. So we're going to pivot our focus elsewhere. Well, that's something entirely different. You're shutting it down. You're not just shutting it down. You're shutting it down and reallocating the resources somewhere else, which means you have something else cooking, another dish you plan on serving. And Kayvon, his other project is Twitter Spaces. So interestingly, when in Twitter, and I was one of the first 1,000 accounts approved to pilot beta test Twitter Spaces, as Cal knows, and I think Maria joined us in some of those rooms. I think Johan and many of the people on Cheryl joined us over in Twitter Spaces for Tech News Around the World when we were playing with it, and it was buggy as hell. It was buggy as all get out. It wasn't usable. And it's still barely usable today, if I'm honest. But they're not going to give up on that because it's such a tremendously huge opportunity, as you're about to understand. So they're refocusing their resources away from tweet what they call their fleets. And interestingly, the only way you could discover that a Twitter space was happening was via the fleets. That's how you knew there was a Twitter space to even go to, was through the little fleets bar, which is now disappearing. So that raises the obvious question: how are you going to know that a Twitter space room is happening if there's no more fleets? Because that was previously the only way you could discover a Twitter space room. Well, obviously, they're going to have a much new, bigger, more robust way. And in fact, we've even seen the screenshots of what their version of the Clubhouse hallway, which I forget what they call it, but it's not really important, the name of it, but it does look exactly like the Clubhouse hallway. And once they release that, then you know they've removed a lot of the bugs, because then it will be visible to everybody in Twitter, and it's going to be pandemonium, especially when Taylor Swift creates her own Twitter space, because she's got 100 million followers in Twitter. And by the way, one of the key reasons why Twitter Spaces is so incredibly buggy is because they're trying to architect it in a way that has unlimited room size, where today in Twitter Clubhouse and in Spotify's green rooms, the rooms are limited. Well, in the case of Clubhouse, currently they're able to get up to about 8,000 concurrent listeners or audience members in a room.
Tyler, you just hope that she doesn't choose to perform Blank Space in that particular instance, one of her songs.
Say again?
Quick little anecdote. For 10 years ago, I talked to one of the lead database people at Twitter, and he was saying, I asked him what the worst day is for him, and he says that the worst day for me is when Lady Gaga retweets Justin Bieber, and we never got a heads up on it from either of their teams. Apparently, the database updates are quite spectacular, and they have to actually go into somewhat of a damage control mode. This is a long time ago. They've probably done many upgrades since then, but I can imagine them replicating those same cycles right now with oh crap, what happens if something goes popular?
Well, it's 10 times worse when BTS does. That was before BTS even existed. Wait until BTS starts doing shit, because they've got more than both of them combined. Yeah. So, by the way, they knew they needed to make Twitter Spaces function with unlimited room sizes because they have Lady Gaga and Justin Bieber and BTS with 100 million followers. So how do you do a room with Lady Gaga or Justin Bieber or Taylor Swift or Elon Musk doing a room? You're not going to limit that to 8,000 listeners, and which is the max of what Clubhouse has been able to squeeze out of Agora. And credit to Clubhouse for getting that far with it, because Spotify's little app that they acquired, the locker room now called Green Room, is only able to squeeze out far less than that. I think as soon as they get over 300 listeners, it starts getting quite buggy. And they're both using Agora, by the way. But no doubt Clubhouse is trying to get off of Agora. In fact, they hired a key person from Google who has pioneered a solution out of Agora. So the point is that Twitter needs to build a system that can scale endlessly with millions of simultaneous listeners. That's why they're caught in this buggy landscape. And that's why there's a huge audio delay between the speakers on stage and the listeners, because you need a long delay to be able to get that audio signal out to 1 million people simultaneously. You need to have a buffer time of 8 seconds. And by the way, sometimes that buffer time is very long indeed in Twitter Spaces. When you invite somebody from the audience onto the stage, there's sometimes an 8-second delay because there's an 8-second audio buffer in place to get the audio signal out to the large audience that might be listening. Anyway, so back to the point, Twitter is killing fleets so that Kayvon and his team can focus on Twitter Spaces. Indeed, as he says, we're going to pivot to our focus elsewhere, as he very subtly put it. And then the next big story...
Tyler,
yes?
What they should be doing is, or they might be doing it, is that to introduce this concept of super followers, like the Facebook have your top fan badge, and then create those rooms with just the super followers, because they have all this data of the interaction on the pages, so they can categorize them in super followers. I think someone was mentioning this thing before, and they would start these rooms with not all the followers, but just only the selected top super followers who are. Yeah.
I didn't quite pick up what you're trying to say, but super followers is also a feature that is now essentially live on Twitter, that you can apply for it if you have more than 10,000 followers, which I do. I haven't applied yet. Jane did apply, and Jane was the first to apply, and she does have like 100,000 followers. So let's invite Jane to see if she's yet been approved for her super followers. I happen to know that she hasn't been approved yet, but let's just ask her if she's gotten an update yet. So if anyone sees Jane enter the room, let's get her up here to give us an update on the super followers, because when they do choose and approve the people who have applied to turn on the super follower feature, and just to make it clear to everybody, it's essentially like OnlyFans, where you'll be able to charge some of your followers to become super followers who get access to your exclusive content, just like on OnlyFans. And no doubt this is going to transform porn for all the porn artists on Twitter, and anyone else who has content worth paying for will now be able to monetize themselves on Twitter. So Jane, more than anybody, has content worth paying for and will make a tremendous amount of money from that feature when it becomes active. And so she was the first to apply for it, because she found the feature, first of all, before anyone else knew it existed, which is why she's so valuable on Twitter, and why every tech journalist on the planet follows her with notifications turned on, because she's breaking news on a daily basis about all these new upcoming features. So she happens to be a friend who joins us here rather regularly. So hopefully she'll pop in and give us the update on super followers if she's been approved. I know she hasn't, because she hasn't turned it on, and I would be notified as soon as she turned it on. So anyway, we kind of know the
Tyler,
answer. Yes.
I love how you're always considering the porn industry. Always.
Well, I'm not unique in this regard. Geeks who have been in the game from the beginning, and as Dr. Francine will tell you, or Chris, or any of the old school geeks, Todd can as well. Like the Department of Defense in the US, which has the biggest, deepest pockets, tech has consistently been monetarily enabled by the porn industry. Nearly every tech advancement worth noting has benefited and been actualized as a result of the porn industry, whether the creator of that tech was conscious of it or not. So it's, video consumption, by the way, and let me tell you a story I've never shared before. When Jason and I were doing Mahalo, which was a search engine, we were building a search engine, and people were able to search for whatever they wanted in the search box, and we were supposed to have pages for everything. And we did have pages for all the most common searches, and we were looking at search volume. The most popular search term in 2007 was Britney Spears, and Google used to publish what were the most common searches every day. So you could see what were the top 10 and the top 100 searches. And then we would make pages for the top 100 searched items each day. And we were building a competitive search engine by hand. It was a handmade search engine, a human-powered search engine. And then we learned something very interesting. Once our search engine became very popular, people started searching on our page for words. And then we were getting very instant, real feedback about what people were searching for, and for pages we didn't have that we needed to make. And we realized something very quickly, that about 50% of all searches, 50% of the words that get typed into Google are porn. And 50%...
I'm not surprised. Porn has given us the biggest advancements in secured payment features and anonymized credit cards. So it's porn and collectors, because they both have the same general problem, that collectors need price prediction because they're so scattered. They don't have a marketplace, really. So that's why eBay and all that started, because of collectors. And then porn is because they don't have self-identifying customers. So there's just a lot of stuff that has come straight from the porn industry. They've done a huge amount for tech.
Yeah, but it's a well-known thing amongst old geeks who've watched the internet evolve. It's like, inevitably the porn industry utilizes everything, and
DVDs.
Yeah,
DVDs won that war again. Blu-ray versus the other HD DVD. All these battles are always it's that resolves it. It's really strange.
Yeah. So anyway, it's a well understood legacy.
Yeah, Tyler, I believe the annual CES in Las Vegas is the same time as the porn industry convention. So I don't know if that's a coincidence or. just plays to the two industries growing together.
Yeah, Mabwana, you were going to jump in?
Yeah, I was going to say, Javed Karim, who was a co-founder of YouTube, who I know pretty well, is a good friend of mine.
Yeah.
He said that that they spent a lot of time trying to get porn off YouTube. If they didn't, they probably wouldn't be what they are now. It's one of the biggest things he was fighting, was trying to get porn off YouTube. Well, of course, it's brought other porn video sites who put it on YouTube, but the value of YouTube was also correlated to the fact that that early YouTube team were able to keep it clean, but it was hard to do that in the early days.
Yeah. So, and the third biggest story, we've covered the first two big stories. Today, the third biggest story is from one of Dogecoin's co-creators named Jackson Palmer. And a lot of people tweeted this one in, and thank you to everyone who did. And Faraz, you did as well, yeah? And he says in a tweet thread that crypto primarily amplifies the wealth of its proponents via tax avoidance, limited regulatory oversight, and it's quite a rant, actually. And he's really sticking it to the crypto community largely. And that's quite a sobering, fiery indictment coming from Dogecoin's co-creator. And anyone had a comment on that? Sylvan?
Nothing polite.
Yeah, he says, after years of studying it, I believe that cryptocurrency is inherently right-wing, hyper-capitalistic technology built primarily to amplify the wealth of its proponents through a combination of tax avoidance, diminished regulatory oversight, and artificially enforced scarcity.
Ouch.
And I think that really captures it, doesn't it?
Ouch. That sound you hear, that's people getting whipped in the ass by the co-creator of Dogecoin. I mean, that's some heavy, fiery, very unsubtle language directed at the crypto community.
Can I ask a question? Is this the same guy that sold his Dogecoin for what was a Honda Civic, or is this the other?
Oh, that's a good question, because if it was, then you can totally understand why he's so bitter. Yeah.
Well, he doesn't actually think that Dogecoin should be a currency at all. It was an experiment in decentralization, and that's why it's a hyperinflationary coin. It prints out 14 million new coins every year, a pro rata monthly, and it has zero to do with supply and demand. So of his coins, that is for sure correct, because his coins are literally it's an endless supply that has nothing to do with supply, and there's nothing to do with demand. Yeah, there is no scarcity of any sort, but scarcity doesn't actually give value. Scarcity just gives a price floor when there's sufficient demand. It won't fall below that because of the scarcity, but scarcity alone has never driven value. To
answer your question, though, the answer is no. It's a different co-founder. The one that you're referring to is Billy Marcus. So, but great question.
Who gave Vitalik a bunch of Dogecoin, who promptly burnt it because he didn't want the responsibility.
Yeah.
This is Jackson Palmer.
Go on.
So anyway, I just tweeted that article to the Tech News Twitter account at TNATW, which you can see on my head. And so that we've covered the top 3 articles of the day. And what else do we got? The fourth biggest article of the day is the U.S. Consumer Product Safety Commission has sued Amazon to force it to recall hazardous products sold on Amazon, including 24,000 faulty carbon monoxide detectors, which are probably bought by Airbnb owners because Airbnb will send more traffic to you when you tick the little box that says, yes, we do have carbon monoxide detectors in all of our rooms. And that sparked a tremendous purchase of carbon monoxide detectors, although perhaps people in California as well during fire season are hoarding carbon monoxide detectors. But interesting to see the U.S. Consumer Product Safety Commission suing Amazon to force the retailer to deal with faulty products, to recall hundreds and thousands of hazardous products that it had distributed in its platform. So Amazon's getting no love this week. They're getting it from all angles. The number 5 biggest article at the moment is Facebook says it's ending a project to build a head-mounted brain typing device that will instead focus on a wrist controller for VR that reads muscle signals. And to that I say, bullshit. That is you trying to downplay an articles we've seen previously. Even yesterday, we saw an article headline yesterday about Facebook and the University of California, San Francisco, working together on BCI, brain computer interface, which would be of incalculable amounts of money for Facebook if they were to pull this off. Here's why. And so for Facebook to say, oh, no, we are ending a project related to BCI, bullshit. Absolute, utter bullshit. You do the math on this. So Facebook is incredibly bullish and ambitious when it comes to VR, as evidenced by the headline today that they are hiring away yesterday that they hired away Google's head of AR and VR. Right. So clearly they're still going berserk in AR, VR as the future of Facebook, which it is. Mark's right on this one. It's a little too far ahead for most people to bet everything and bet the farm on it, but he is, and he's right for doing so. So he'll be proven right yet again. And he has a good track record of doing so, by the way. Now, in VR, it's a visual experience primarily. It's also an audio experience. And we know that because Apple itself just announced it, even though we predicted it here, that the reason Apple is experimenting so heavily with spatial audio is because spatial audio is directly related to VR. How so? Well, you're going to need 3D sound when you're in VR. When there's an object in front of you making a sound, you're going to want to hear it in front of you. When the object moves behind you in VR, you're going to want to hear the sound behind you. That's spatial audio. Apple's been working on that. They've already released it. They didn't say why they were doing it, but we were smart enough to figure out here, we know why you're doing that, because you're going to release your own AR, VR headset in September, so you got to figure out the audio part now. And then about 3 days ago, they did reveal that. And so we were proven right yet again. JT remembers that because he's a big VR nut. So now to Facebook. Again, to recap, VR is primarily visual. It's also audio. Great. It's also potentially one other thing, which is feeling, your sense of feel. Your body has the 5 senses: sight, smell, touch, hearing, and a 5th one that escapes me at the moment. So in VR, we've got sight covered. Got it. We put a taste. Thank you. So you put the headset on, we've got your vision into this other reality. You put the earphones on, we've now got your ears into this other reality together with your eyes. Your eyes and ears are in this other reality. Your taste and your smell and your touch are still stuck in traditional reality. But we've got your eyes and your ears in the virtual reality. But if we could tap into the parts of your brain that are responsible for touch, we could convince your brain that your body is physically in this virtual reality, so that when you see and you hear your dead grandma talking to you, you could now hug her and feel her hands and her hair. And if you can feel her in that virtual reality, and if we could even tap into the part of your brain responsible for smell and eventually for touch, well, then you might as well be in that virtual reality, because your brain won't know the difference.
Tyler, do you mind if I chime in on here?
Go ahead.
Launch a few startups and it might be kind of interesting.
Let me put the cherry on top.
Go for it.
So the cherry on top is, this is so tremendously valuable for Facebook to do BCI's brain computer interface. And for him to be able to get your sense of touch into virtual reality would be of such incalculable value that of course they are playing with it. Of course they're experimenting with it. And the headlines tell us as much, that UC San Francisco and Facebook are doing this thing with BCI around people being able to talk that weren't previously able to talk, and moving a robotic arm through thoughts in your brain. And not only move the robotic arm, but the sensors on the fingertips of the robotic arm sent the signal back to the brain. It's two-way BCI, brain-computer interface. And that's really paving the way and the stepstones and to getting us into virtual reality in a kind of holistic, kind of teleported kind of way. And when you can do that, virtual reality becomes much more than just a visual or audio experience. It becomes a lived, felt experience, which would be transformative. So for Facebook to say, oh, no, we're not doing that. No, we're not doing any kind of BCI kind of thing. Yeah, right, you aren't. That would be the biggest breakthrough, and that would be a bigger innovation than fucking electricity. So to say we're not that's like Thomas Edison saying, no, I'm not playing around with a kite with a key trying to figure out electricity. No. My ass, you're not trying to do that. It would be the biggest invention since fucking Thomas Edison and electricity. Go ahead, Chris.
All right, just a few companies to list in this space for people that really want to see more advanced stuff on this, because a lot of stuff that gets repeated typically is things that are a little bit behind. There's a company in Israel. They're consistently in this space about 10, 12 years ahead of everyone. In Tel Aviv, there's a group called Mudra. If you go to getmudra.com, you can back signal or back page. I don't even know what this thing is with the little messaging thing or whatever. I can do citations for this, but I've tried all the different hand BCI things where it's more the wrist mounted ones where they basically are doing muscles things. This one was impressive because it's at a trade show. He's put on this little wristwatch, bracelet type kind of thing. I was able to basically use a headset without touching or moving muscles within about 10 seconds of learning of picking it up. And what was really impressive about it, though, is they had this Bluetooth thing where it wasn't just where the one I was bound to, but it was where I was looking. You'd make an extension to this for spatial gaze detection. But what's really cool about it is the end effect is if my hands in my pockets, I'm not moving a muscle, and I'm able to pick up something in 3D and move it from one place to another. I think the demo they had was Towers of Hanoi type kind of puzzle. But it was shocking how effective it was. They were using some new AI techniques with some of the fancier sensors they're playing with. When Facebook takes out some of the teams that they acquired, and they've one of Intel's groups or whatever, and they're on their fourth acquisition for that. They're playing catch up in this space, and they're trying to do that integrated ecosystem like you referred to, Tyler. There's companies that have been in this space for a while. The problem is getting them all to work in concert with each other. I was a part of an earlier company that was an earlier thing in the space called Leap Motion, and we did a lot of hand gesture detection with hands and stuff like that. That was more for the input rather than the output to the sensations. But we had the acquisition talks with Apple. By the way, I'm a little pissed that they didn't take it, but whatever. We talked. Most of the tech companies essentially had different talks with them from their earlier efforts. But the reason why this is relevant is that to say that these are not new endeavors. The big thing is that very few groups have been able to basically put them together into a package that actually is something they can sell to the larger public. One of the things in the augmented reality space that's and I'll turn back over the room here, but in the augmented reality space, one of the biggest challenges that they've had is that the technology is extremely advanced, but very few groups have figured out how to communicate that to groups outside the augmented reality industry. So most of these create middleware for each other. But all these input-output devices, there's a lot going on there. And if for people that want to dig deeper into this, there's a great conference called the Augmented World Expo. You can get great listings of companies you've never even heard of that have mind-blowing tech. And much of it is available via developer kits and stuff like that. But very few people have figured out how to actually translate these into consumer market applications. But the tech is there. It's ready to go. It's just a matter of plugging it all together in the right way. So, yeah.
William in the audience just sent me a YouTube video called Mind Melds and Brain Beams, the Dawn of Brain-to-Brain Communication. And so I just tweeted that from the Tech News Twitter account for those who want a little more of a deep dive into kind of brain telepathy through BCI. But it's incredible. But by the way, Sid, who joins us regularly, works at Apple in this space of BCI. And so Apple's working on it. And Sid is incredibly tight-lipped about what he does at Apple, and he has to be because he works in BCI. So just to give you, and which, by the way, is also very focused on AR and VR, although Apple notoriously is very secretive about what they work on. But the fact they're doing spatial audio, and they did just sort of tip their hand to say, yeah, we're also, this is an essential part of a very immersive experience in VR and AR is getting the audio right, because AR and VR feels kind of not so convincing if the audio doesn't match what your eyes are seeing. And so Apple's correctly, yes.
Yeah, I wonder in like a meta kind of way if all this BCI stuff is actually part of the end road for virtual reality, and that the metaverse, we're going to jack into it like William Gibson predicted in 1984
the Matrix, yeah.
in Neuromancer. Yeah.
Right. So it's a great question.
I think that's it.
Yeah, because the only reason we're putting a VR headset over our eyes is because we haven't figured out where in the brain, how to connect it with a cable through our skull.
Bingo.
Because as soon as we can figure out how to do the ears and the eyes through the cable and the nose and the sense of touch, we're not going to need hardware anymore at that point.
One of the more
Tyler,
unexpected things.
I don't know if you can hear me. I'm driving. Is it terribly noisy or is it okay?
No, you're all right.
Cool. Yeah. So another thing I think of with VR, when it comes to flying, I've been a pilot of most things, is one thing that's missing with those five senses. Although we can still get back to five senses. Remember that smelling is basically tasting at a distance.
Right.
Try not to remember that next time someone farts in the room. By the way, that's it's never good. But the other sense that's a new sense, if you like, is the sense of inertia or G-forces right inside your body. So if you accelerate in a plane or a car or something, you could say that's touch or feel, but it's internal to your body. And that's one you can never recreate in VR without plugging into the brain. And it's really quite important, the whole sense of your body's own proprioception, its position, the G-forces experience. That'll be huge once you can plug into the brain or stimulate the brain. You'll be able to stimulate that, which would be amazing.
Super interesting.
That was fantastic. Yeah. I mean, because for me, the one comment on that is it's so important because, for example, when you move to autonomous driving, some of these things the cars are doing don't feel the same way. And how you kind of know is if you drive a lot, you don't notice it, but your dead foot kind of balances your body to keep it still while you're driving the car. And when the car takes over, you start noticing, like, why am I pushing my foot against this dead pedal to kind of keep my balance, even though I'm not steering? It totally feels weird. So I never drive with like my van's semi-autonomous, but that inertial sense, I think, is key, Ben, to like real VR, like real high fidelity VR.
It's more key than people maybe give it credit for. Anyway, it's cool.
So I just retweeted. Yes, a great point, man. I just retweeted the article about the brain implant lets man speak after being silent for more than a decade. I mean, he still physically is silent, but now he can talk through a computer because he's got this BCI thing that can translate his minuscule mouth movements, which is not intelligible to anybody, into actual language because it's tapping into the part of his brain responsible for the words he's trying to say. Totally remarkable in its own. And I wanted to turn it to Nicholas because I think I saw Nicholas on stage, who's quite up to date on everything happening in this whole space of VR. But I don't think we've ever had you comment on BCI. Is Nicholas still with us?
Tyler, may I comment?
Hey there.
Yeah, it's Nicholas.
Let's let Nicholas go first, and then you can go, Willie.
So what was the comment?
What are your thoughts on BCI, brain computer interfaces, and whether or not Facebook is already starting to dabble in it, or Apple, or how do you see this playing out?
Yeah, so I tweeted that link as many others did with the @TNATW, but I also contextualized it with another link that was from 2017 at the Facebook F8 conference when Regina Duncan, a former DARPA executive, was executive at the Building 8 Special Projects Lab at Facebook at the time. And she showed some awesome stuff that was basically the precursor to what was just unveiled here with the mind-to-speech breakthrough that they had. So but the big thing with this news was also that Facebook were very explicit about they are pretty much, because this research was about an invasive tech. They basically implanted sensors in the brain of the subject. Mm-hmm. And they said specifically that this is not something that they are now exploring. They are fully focused on just wearable devices, just like the wrist-worn device. So I think that they are making a good decision in being very cautious about the invasiveness of this. I mean, the other side of the coin is Neuralink, which is just invasive by default. And I think that these two will seed each other with knowledge, like the invasive approach and the wearable approach that will be necessary, coupled with, like the article says so, it's coupled with the machine learning signal processing of things. So yeah, the electromyography interaction device, I think that's naturally the 3D spatial mouse, Jedi Force power device that will be so natural for AR VR interaction of the future. But when it comes to optical input, to be like full dive in the matrix, I think that will be a very long way.
Yeah, the vision and hearing part will be truly tricky. I mean, all of it seems impossible, but these headlines blow my mind. When this one today about the guy talking and the one about moving the arm remotely and feeling touch back, two-way BCI. I don't know if you saw that one, Nicholas. It's amazing that they're making any progress at all, because it just seems like a true mystery that they're able to find, the parts of the brain that are responsible.
And they're really leapfrogging themselves, because it wasn't many months ago that Facebook had this huge breakthrough in the same area with BCI about silence typing for paralyzed people. They had reached a speed of 100 characters a minute, and now they're saying it's basically real time.
Well, yeah, indeed, they're making progress. So
Tyler, this interesting guest that's joined us, Wissam. I know you just joined us, Wissam Reed. Just reading your bio, you have a very interesting background on this subject.
Okay, yeah,
Wissam.
And then hey, go ahead.
Well, welcome.
Oh, thanks for having me up. This is a super interesting topic for me on a few levels. Just like a little bit of background, in undergrad, I was all my research, undergrad and a lot of my master's program, my research was in spatial audio, and I was really betting big on it. We incorporated a small startup and filed a patent in this space. We didn't end up continuing with it, but I was kind of making predictions along these lines. But I do have a couple hot takes to kind of throw in here, because I've been kind of watching what Apple has been doing, and in my view, I see the music side of it. My prediction would be that it's going to fall flat, as much as I hate to say it. Because I think there's
3D TV,
Yeah, exactly. There's a big format issue. But with gaming, that format issue might actually work out, because there's this inherent object-based format for things in the environment, and that's what it would take to get the spatial audio to work. Listening to the Apple Music stuff right now, what I'm hearing, they're using these filters called HRTFs, which model the way sound diffuses around your head, and the way the shape of your ears and your head change the sound, and that's how we extract these spatial cues, or the brain does. The problem with the music stuff is it's already rendered. And in my view, I thought this kind of ability to fine tune things after the fact would be solved before they tried to release music this way. And they haven't done that. So there's just a huge variance in the quality of these tracks, and it's going to vary from person to person. So I just don't think the music stuff is going to stick around.
I agree.
But maybe the gaming stuff will. Yeah.
Yeah, you know why? You're exactly right. I'll just confirm based on a little anecdotal. I mean, anyone who's been into a recording studio as a musician knows, like the whole system is set up for stereo, and there's no strong incentive for musicians to produce songs in anything more than that, honestly, because 99.9% of the audio systems on the planet are stereo. So if you're doing a 4-channel, 8-channel audio for songs, musicians don't think in those terms, honestly. Video game producers do. Movie producers do, because movie theaters have always been surround sound with multi-audio channel sound. So it's always been that way, for decades. So that will continue. Video games and movies, you could eventually convince TV folks to get into that as well, because home theaters, in recent years have had, multi-channel sound, but music just never has been and likely never will be.
The only other thing I'll say, I'm super excited about this BCI stuff. I mean, I'm the way it looks now, I'm kind of setting myself for a career in that direction. So I'm excited, and I would, it's not really in my interest to dampen excitement about it.
Sure.
But I would like to emphasize how far away we are from.
We agree.
From some, yeah.
I
mean,
exactly.
This kind of decoding of motor-related signals is the low-hanging fruit. The stuff like this has been happening for 10 years.
Yep.
But going beyond that, that's the hard part. And I think we're a ways off of going beyond the things that are happening now.
It's funny. It's one of those areas where, as geeks, me and every geek friend I know is like, brain stuff, no, that's long ways away. And then we see the headlines like this robot arm movement, bidirectional, 2-directional, and they were able to give the sense from the fingertips of this robotic arm back to the individual. Even I, as a geek, am like, what? That's supposed to be years away still. Like, how is that happening? Like, it's outside of the normal realm of our abilities to predict things. So, I mean, it's more appropriate to, neurosurgeons certainly become the experts in this regard. And any, software developer type geekery is of no benefit in predicting the pace of progress that we're going to make. In fact, I think, like you and Chris and Carl and traditional geeks, are going to traditionally we've underestimated the progress that's been able to be made even thus far. So I agree with you. I think it's a very, very far away, and I'm just going to defer to neurosurgeons to tell us really what the timeline is. Willie?
Sounds good. Thanks for letting me chime in.
Yeah. Go on, Wisam. Wisam, go
on. Just thanking you for letting me.
Oh, yeah, sure. Welcome. Come back anytime.
I really enjoy getting my news this way, so thank you.
Yeah, thanks for being part of it. Willie, what's up?
Yeah, first, thank you. It's a great, what you shared is really great. But from my point of view, I'm not so excited because it's all about the technological maturity. And what we already have, as just Wisam said, is a lot of little pieces of the puzzle, of the big puzzle. And everyone, of course, is preparing for the multiverse. So you're totally right. Like if you're reading science fiction and so on, that it is worth the effort to be in this field. But the progress may be very slow. And here's my point. If you go back to history of the decoding of the human genome, it was Watson and Crick decoding it in, I have to think about it, 1953, yes. And then they did not decode it, sorry. They created the model, the basic model of the DNA. That was what I wanted to say. And only in 2001, the human genome was decoded, which was even then not so valuable. It was a big PR thing, of course. And now only in 2012, we had this CRISPR gene editing thing. So to get to market and to have a gene editing scissor is more than 50 years in case of the genome, which might be not very complex compared to the brain. Because the brain is creating, indeed, the whole world for us. It's not just having some sensation on your fingertips, but instantly it's always the whole world. And as long as we have not decoded the brain code, so to speak, like we have decoded the principal structure of the DNA at least, and then it took 50 years. We have hardly a chance to get to this holy grail. So you are totally wrong in so many premises and being excited. But on the other hand, if we have no real breakthrough, and I will read this article, definitely will deep read the article you have shared, then it's really a matter of decades, probably.
Yeah. No, I mean,
do you mind if I chime in very briefly?
Yeah, of course. The reality is, Willie, we don't know unless we have a friend who the neurosurgeons are the ones who are most likely to know in terms of a profession who can give like an accurate prediction as to the rate of it. And they could tell me it's 50 years off. I'll believe it. They could say it's not going to happen in our lifetime. I'll believe it. But the headlines are quite surprising in terms of what they're able to do. Yeah.
And listen closely. I don't say it will take 50 years.
Right.
I say if we have no breakthrough, it will be a long time.
Right.
But tomorrow there could be a real headline about we understand how the brain does it.
Yeah.
There is no theory, there's no physics about how the brain creates a consciousness.
Yeah,
there's just no physics.
I'm with you, man. Chris?
Thank you.
Very briefly, and I'll keep this very brief because I could literally I sometimes I do like climate rooms and I can go for like 9 hours with stuff. This is one of those.
Yeah, we've noticed, Chris.
I'll keep it very brief here and try to keep it limited to the stuff that you mentioned. Very briefly, one of the reasons to pay attention to XR technologies, augmented reality VR, is one of the reasons why people are talking so much about brain-computer interfaces now is because we had a bit of an unexpected breakthrough while we were working on virtual reality technologies. When you encompass the full field of vision, it actually kicks in some things that don't kick in when you're watching like videos or other things at a distance with your spatial reasoning and ability, basically, specifically with the lower limbic system for like balance and proprioception. I can't remember pronounce the word, but in some of our demos, so we were working on in the startup I was working with. I've done about 4 or 5 startups in the space, none of which were commercially successful, but oh man, the tech was amazing. One of the things we did, we were helping blind people navigate around interiors and stuff. We used like a Microsoft HoloLens helmet. We were doing demos for this with things. It worked, it was great, but one of the things that's really interesting when we were basically doing diagnostics, and this is something that's relatively common, a lot of groups in the space have similar things, where as we are doing our experimenting, we're accidentally actually causing some very unique effects, where we had one where basically we could reliably hit a button and then essentially cause people to reliably jump backwards, like 3 feet backwards with things. So they would look down and then this part of the brain would kick in and then just be like, oh man, jump backwards. There's other things you can basically kick and people turn nauseous or feel like they're really big or really small. And it's these things that essentially we don't normally get adjusted in real time. So they started looking at these more in depth. One of the reasons why Gabe Newell was saying, hey, people, you need to really look at a brain-computer interface. This is a big deal, is because they were doing some, at Valve, they were doing some of the early stuff with the most recent consumer VR stuff. And we had a lot of unexpected breakthroughs finding that the visual cortex actually can access many low-level brain functions that we didn't think we could access without, probes, essentially. 30% of your brain, I don't know what the exact percentage is, but it's a lot. Back of your brain are literally dedicated just towards interpreting visual signals. So you already have an extremely high I/O bandwidth going between your brain and your vision system. The thing is that normally this is just made for interpreting the world. There is a whole set of techniques for hacking the back of that in a way that basically has not been adequately explored. And technicians that are experimenting with XR technologies are accidentally triggering a lot of these very more interesting effects. So anyways, Brave Mind is a great thing for people who want to look more into like the more weirder technical aspects of this. With Skip Rizzo. Anyways, I don't want to take the room, but just to say, you're right on the right track.
JT just...
Tyler, I just wanted to quickly correct Willie. Willie, I think we have discussed this in other room as well. We now have a theory of consciousness, which is ICT.
I don't want to save it for another room.
Please tell me which one.
Save it for another room. You're going to hold. We don't have time to do that debate here. So the
DME. Thank you.
Yeah, JT sent in a related article as a reminder, a patent that Apple has now about haptic feedback for your eyes. And this is truly mind-blowing because in the VR space, you kind of exist visually and through your eyes and your ears in that other space, and eventually maybe your sense of touch. But if you're wearing the physical headset so that your eyes and your vision are in this virtual reality, the headset itself knows things that are happening behind you that you don't. It knows what the scene is behind your head, even though your eyes do not. You're playing a video game. The headset knows there's characters behind you. Your eyes do not. And the headset can give you what's called haptic feedback, like the little click on your, this sense of touch on your phone when you click on the keyboard on your iPhone. Even though you're clicking on glass, you can feel the glass click beneath your fingers. That's called haptic feedback. The headset could click on the left and right side of your temples to tell you there are things happening to the right or left of your field of vision, which almost turns you into gives you an additional sense that your body doesn't currently have. We're not able to see beyond the left and right of our field of vision, and with this additional haptic feedback through the goggles, you would for the first time. And it's truly an interesting mind-blowing thought that you would have this additional sense in virtual reality that you don't have in traditional reality. So it's interesting.
Spatial audio has that capability as well, and it works quite well for that.
Yeah.
We used it for navigation. It's spectacular.
Yeah. So moving on into finishing the top 10 headlines of the day. Number 8. TSMC says it expects a shortage of chips used in cars to start easing in the next few months, but broader semiconductor shortage could persist until 2022. And a related article from the South China Morning Post says that China's output of semiconductors reaches all-time high, single-month high of 30.8 billion units, and China's chip production for the first half of the year is up 48%, which is quite remarkable. Android 12 comes out with a bunch of new features you probably don't care about. Revolut raises $800 million from SoftBank and Tiger Global both, which is the first time I'm aware of SoftBank and Tiger Global both being in a deal, as they're two of the biggest global investors. WhatsApp begins its beta test for multi-device support. And here's a big one. Facebook says it's expanding Facebook Pay, which nobody uses in Facebook Messenger, but they're now adding it to e-commerce shops, even outside of Facebook, because many people have registered for Facebook Pay. And so now when you're shopping on any Shopify site, you can check out in one click because you've authenticated yourself through Facebook and you've already registered all of your payment details through Facebook Pay. And if you have done that, as hundreds of millions of people have, then you can one-click checkout through hundreds of millions of shops outside of Facebook using Facebook Pay, which is quite a remarkable update, especially when the Facebook apps like Instagram and WhatsApp and Facebook itself start really driving the e-commerceification of Instagram and WhatsApp, as they are very soon to do in the next few months. And then you'll be able to check out in one click with Facebook Pay. So it makes sense, but they're kind of throwing this out ahead of, and they need to throw it out ahead to get it all tested and running smoothly so that when they announce the e-commerce shops inside of Instagram, the Facebook Pay button will already be there and working and everything else. Just another indication that it's coming very soon. Other big headlines at the moment. You know how in Amazon there are lots of incredibly successful Amazon shops, and they are an individual or a small team of individuals who share the responsibilities of marketing and fulfillment and customer service, and there's lots of roles to play as an e-commerce seller on Amazon, right? So some clever individuals have gotten together and started acquiring lots of Amazon sellers and bundling them all together and then laying off half the teams because they're redundant. So this is a very common business school tactic. It's called a roll-up, where you buy up a bunch of them and make them more efficient by firing the half that are no longer needed, because you only need 5 customer service people for 50 sites, not 50 different customer service people and 50 different, fulfillment people and 50 different marketers. You only need the 5 best marketers for all 50 sites. So these roll-ups are becoming very popular in Amazon, and we've seen lots of big fundraisings for those Amazon roll-up companies. And now we're starting to see, here's a headline, Axios says they have sources that Miami-based Open Store is acquiring Shopify merchants. So already you're starting to see the roll-up of not just Amazon e-commerce merchants, but now Shopify merchants, which are the smaller mom-and-pop merchants that are on Shopify. And that's quite interesting. They just raised $30 million, led by Khosla Ventures, who's a very foresightful venture team led by Vinod Khosla. And Square acquires a startup called Crew, which is an app that allows team members inside of retailers to have their own communication channel, kind of like Back Channel for Clubhouse, but for team members of all Starbucks employees or all the employees at Best Buy or what have you. And that will play nicely into Square's ever-growing empire of retail innovation suite. They're eventually going to do the entire stack of everything with inside of retail. It's quite ambitious, everything that Square is acquiring. And what else? The European Central Bank says it's going to do a digital euro by 2025. They're saying it's in the investigation phase, which it is, but make no mistake, they're going to do it. I don't see why they wouldn't. And we talked about Clubhouse Back Channel. Anyone else burning with their favorite headline in the past 24 hours before we go into the best of the tweets we've seen lately? Go ahead.
I have one too.
Yeah, go ahead.
I have one together with Heyman.
Okay. Go ahead.
I just tweeted it to the tech news around the world. Apparently, the batshit crazy country just below of Canada, you have a state called Tennessee.
Don't talk about Mexico that way. Don't talk about Mexico like that. They're good. They're good people. Go ahead. Go ahead, Johan.
Oh, so tag team here. Hard. So Tennessee apparently has ruled that no vaccinations should be done in that place.
Well, not exactly. But Tennessee is definitely in the news as it relates to vaccines. The head of COVID, the COVID mastermind of Tennessee got fired because she suggested that kids get vaccinated, and that caused this uproar that caused her to get fired. And Tennessee's taking a very interestingly anti-vax-like posture at the moment. Keep going. You read the headline, whatever the headline is.
Johan?
I think I scared him away with my joke. Sweet.
19.
Go ahead.
Yeah, he's hard to scare away.
Tyler, in counterbalance, Donna here, in counterbalance of that, Mississippi now has something like 12 children, all under the age of 12, some of them in ICU, with the new variant of COVID. Unfortunate to report.
Yep. And despite that's nice for you to repeat all of the conspiracy theories about this COVID thing that people are talking about, which Tennessee is not having none of, by the way. You and this crazy virus you made up, it's really not appreciated in Tennessee here. So here's the headline that Johan was referring to. The headline says, Tennessee abandons vaccine outreach to minors. That's the headline. And that's true. And the source of this is none other than the Tennessean.com. So I think they know what they're talking about there as the main news source within Tennessee. The Tennessee Department of Health will halt all adolescent vaccine outreach, not just for coronavirus, but all diseases. You go, Tennessee. You do you. Here we go. So no more vaccines for our youth, y'all. We're going to do it the old-fashioned way. Whiskey.
They will die in droves.
Bourbon. Amid pressure from Republican state lawmakers, according to an internal report and agency emails obtained by the Tennessean, if the health department must issue any information about vaccines, staff are instructed to strip the agency logo off all documents. Yeehaw! The health department will also stop all COVID-19 vaccine events on school property, despite holding at least one such event this month. The decision to end vaccine outreach and school events comes directly from Health Commissioner Dr. Lisi Piercy. The internal report states, additionally, the health department will take steps to ensure it no longer sends postcards or other notices reminding teenagers to get their second dose of the coronavirus vaccines. Postcards will still be sent to adults, but teens will be excluded from all mail listings. So the postcards are not potentially interpreted as solicitation to minors. And as who was that just chimed in with the Mississippi headline of the kids now in the ICU? Donna. Donna comes with the receipts to remind our good friends in Tennessee that your neighbors.
They do make some good Jack Daniels.
You guys make some incredible whiskey down there.
I mean, I imagine that 2023 is going to be like the year of the return of polio, right? I mean, like, especially from the people that are not going to be vaccinated at all.
No, they are actually other child disease that are even symptoms. Worse. It's measles, for example, and I don't know what the name is, but copper. There's also one that is spreading like wildfire.
Yeah, it says
don't go to amusement parks. Anti-vaxxers love them, and I guess they like lick all the rides because that's where you get it. Like that's where like every recent outbreak has been. It's like all Disneyland or whatever.
It's like smallpox in the USA.
Measles, whooping cough. Yep.
This
Dr. Danish,
Ebola is going to come back, right?
It says the
timing event.
Tennessee's approach to vaccinations will not only lessen efforts to inoculate young people against coronavirus, it could also hamper the capacity to vaccinate adults and protect children from other infectious diseases. Yeah, well, that's one way to say it. And the state is also detecting. The state is also detecting a growing number of infections from the Delta variant. Well, I'm so confused. How could that have happened?
I think we're at 60% right now, essentially, for USA. I think was the last estimate. It's the main variation is Delta.
A more transmissible form of the coronavirus sparking outbreaks among unvaccinated populations in Arkansas and Missouri. Tennessee's count of known Delta variant cases rose from 27 to 125 as of last Thursday, according to state virus data. The true count is likely much higher because testing of the variant is performed sparingly. Yes,
it's just a cold. It's just allergies. I know this.
Facts. It's a cold. Facts. It's just.
I googled it.
And no cosmetics can hide those lesions too, so it's all good.
Well, Tyler, I don't know which one you're reading, but on the Tennessee article, what's truly terrifying about that, and I'm sorry, I was a little multitasking, I hope I didn't miss it, but what's truly terrifying about it, and it's not surprising to see that sort of action coming as a directive from the Tennessee Department of Health on COVID-19, how they like just layered in the childhood vaccines too, saying like, hey, we're going to take off all the Department of Health logos off of any outreach and just not do any outreach around childhood vaccinations. That's unbelievable, like unprecedented.
Yeah.
On the other
Tyler, it's Ken. I just wanted to point out very quickly that out here on the West Coast in California and Nevada, there's been a number of what they call breakthrough cases, people who have been fully vaccinated but have gotten COVID anyway. And so, I just wanted to mention that.
This is very small numbers.
They're clearly getting.
Yeah, and it's also.
Sorry, Alexandra.
It's also much milder symptoms.
Yeah.
And the intubation and ventilation of the new COVID patients who have been vaccinated is extremely low. So
I agree with that. I know, I've been vaccinated. I'm not anti-vax. I've got both my vaccines, but my dad's in a retirement home, like in San Diego, and everyone there has been vaccinated, including the staff. And just in the past, week or two, they've had a number of breakthrough cases. And you're right, none of them have been hospitalized. One of them was hospitalized, but his, it's a retirement community, and he's probably like 90 years old. But
this is Danish. Just wanted to make a comment, Alexandra. While you're absolutely right that in immunocompetent patients that have an intact immune system, that is definitely the case. We have seen some breakthrough infections in people that are vaccinated, potentially leading to pretty bad hospitalizations in the immunocompromised. So specifically what Ken was talking about, which is people in nursing homes that have poor immune systems. We have seen that. It is rare, but we are starting to see it. And that's why I think some people are really proposing, at least in Canada, I've heard, and Heyman can mention that
Israel has already started too, right? Israel has already started as the third stage of vaccinations for those immunocompromised patients.
Exactly. So I just want to clarify that, Alexandra.
Dr. Danish, if you can actually talk about the, because I have to hop off, but I think it's very interesting that the problem that people are having when they're mixing vaccine doses, because I've seen the increase in hospitalizations, people who are extremely sick when they mix them. Why are people starting to mix those?
So actually, the data, it's funny. So I will say that the data doesn't say that that's happening as much as, there's anecdotes of people where that happened, where they had an immune response to it. But for example, where Heyman is in Canada or in Germany, it's pretty common now. Like, I think a lot of physicians are doing it. And the WHO actually yesterday came under fire for, I can't remember who it was. I think it's the head of the healthcare.
Sridharaman, I think.
Yeah, that's right. Who made a comment saying like, well, we don't have enough data to say that mixing the vaccines is safe. And she then corrected herself, I think 3 or 4 hours later, because there is a lot of data. Germany has actually moved to mixing vaccines already. Canada's already doing it I think the public health officials followed. We're not even the first ones to do it. The doctors started doing it before the public health even said it was okay, because it's pretty safe. The one thing I will say is that I am, if you've been paying attention to tech news around the world or health news around the world, I'm predicting that the U.S. unfortunately will be very late to the party, as always, and we're going to ask for boosters here in the U.S. 3 weeks or 4 weeks after we should have. And I'm a big proponent, obviously, for immunocompromised patients. I think we need to have the CDC come out and say it's okay to do a booster. And then the second big thing is that potentially for people that received one of the vaccines that may not be as effective against the variants, for them to have that happen, to get an mRNA booster. I am very much in, and Alexander, it's totally, there's two schools of thought. I'm just speaking from my own experience and from the data that I've seen, that mixing of vaccines is not significantly dangerous, and especially for people that are at risk for breakthrough infections. I'm actually very open to it. But Heyman, you're doing this, so let me know.
Yeah, no, it's definitely right. You're right. So it's basically, we have been mixing, and the only reason is because AstraZeneca there was issues with AstraZeneca initially, and so there's some confusion there. So what happened was people who got AstraZeneca got eligible for all the mRNA vaccines, so either Moderna or Pfizer. And so that's what's happening in Canada right now, where all the second doses are now mRNA, or AstraZeneca is fine, but they recommend that if needed, just go to mRNA at this stage. And the third booster is not in plans right now.
Only for the related update from Thailand, where we were doing a lot of Sinovac. A lot of the nurses got Sinovac because that was the first to arrive. Now it's being reported 700 nurses who had double doses of Sinovac are all now dead. And now...
well, there's also the story, if you pull back on that story, it's like you look at the numbers of Sinovac given as well. So it's like 660,000 people were given that vaccine.
Yeah.
And that was the amount of people who were reported as sort of impacted by that vaccine. Yep. So we're not sure.
But this is the big news in Thailand at the moment, is that the courts have now ruling you cannot that the government can no longer, they're refusing, the government made a new order of like millions of doses of Sinovac, and the court is forcing them to cancel it because now 600 nurses have recently died who were double dosed Sinovac, and now they're trying to mix Sinovac with Pfizer. And by the way, Cheryl just found a headline that we just retweeted from Nikkei that says China now to use BioNTech, which is Pfizer, vaccine as a booster shot, because even China doesn't want to use Sinovac anymore.
And to be clear, just want to make sure, because Tyler, I don't know if that was clear to everybody. So this was specifically 677,000 medical personnel in Thailand who received 2 doses of Sinovac, and 618 breakthrough infections. It wasn't the vaccine that killed them.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make that clear. I know that's not what you meant.
No, of course that's not what I meant. Yeah.
There's no causality there.
No. I'm not saying the vaccine killed them. I'm saying the vaccine's lack of protection. Exactly. The virus clearly killed them. Right. And the point is that the vaccine isn't doing enough because we have Delta here, and I can, again, I'm not a doctor. I'm just making some correlative points here, which is we've got Delta. Sinovac isn't working so well here. People are still dying who took Sinovac here with Delta here. So you can do your own assumptions as to what that means. Anyway, and the fact that China now wants to use Pfizer tells you all you need to know about the effectiveness of Sinovac, even in China.
And vaccine diplomacy is a very big part of that. They want to be able to say, like if you look at some of these China state propaganda things, they're saying, look how much vaccines we provide for the world. Look how slow everyone else was. Look, we put Sinovac out everywhere. Look at all this. So for them to make a backstep like that, there's some internal costs for that as well. And diplomacy factors.
Huge. Anyway, so we've got 30 minutes to go through 50 headlines really quickly.
How about a quick one?
Yeah, Dan, do yours. That's a great one.
Yeah. This is kind of a really interesting one.
Super upbeat.
I sent it to you, DM.
Yep.
MIT predicted in 1972 that society will collapse this century. New research shows we're on schedule. And this is, people might recall, The Limits of Growth, a book that was published in the 1970s, where the MIT folks did a study of, and by the way, this is not climate, right? Climate was not a thing back then. Just population and usage of planetary resources, and that, it just couldn't keep going the way it did. But everyone derided it at the time because, because no one wanted to think about it. But now we have 50 years more of juicy data on what's actually happening, right? Because it's 50 years ago, and it shows that we're right on track. And it's interesting. There's, if you read the article, there's a technology angle on it because we're following one of two cases: either business as usual, which is just pretty bad, and one is comprehensive technology is the other one. It's a little unclear which path we're on, but both of them hit the stuff hits the fan in around 2040, only 20 years away. And yet we're still, everyone's still able, just like they did in the 1970s, to ignore all of this and not really to pay attention. But anyway, and someone updated the model. That's what the story is about, and found that we're just following right on track. There are ways of avoiding it, the collapse, but it takes investment in education and things like that, and pollution to reduce pollution. And we're not doing those things yet. So anyway, interesting. A little weekend reading for people.
Yeah.
If
Dan, you are my sunshine, my only sunshine.
I know. But it's the ability not to pay attention to it, of course, that causes it to happen, right? That's the interesting part of it, right? The humans have an ability to not pay attention to.
I mean, if we ignore it, it'll still happen.
I mean, speaking as a frog, this jacuzzi is fantastic. That's all I'm going to say. It's just.
And we all know Tyler agrees with all of this.
He's damn right. Some other. Go ahead, Alexander.
I have a much later headline if you want to get into it.
Go ahead.
But Dan, I always think you should be a newscaster. You have such a voice for it. So the headline is, it's a weird headline because it says Apple may have a 2.5 billion in Bitcoin, and this is making Twitter go crazy. But so in their it happened a day ago, and everybody's really excited that they have it. So there's two strange things, I guess, about this. The first is the exact same story was reported in March. And it was 1.5 billion then. Nothing has happened. No information's been disclosed. The other thing is they're saying it's this huge amount, but they have $195 billion in cash. So this doesn't even qualify as something that they have to bring to the board. This is like pocket change for them. So it's very interesting to me that that I'm not sure why this rumor got started or how, but in my conspiracy theory, tinfoil hat ness, which happens only in this room for weird reasons. I think that it's another ploy to boost the price. So I would love to know if anybody knows where these rumors are getting started, because it's just news articles that are not based on anything other than there's a rumor. So I want to know who's starting the rumor, because that is someone who's probably trying to manipulate the market.
Hey, Alexandra, how are you? Down the rabbit hole we go. That rumor started a few years ago, but I would probably definitely say that it's fabricated news, as Tyler's also seen some of this fantastic fictional. This journalism, and some of this is really a bit crazy because it is pretty wild. I wouldn't necessarily say I agree with it. I don't believe it. I have seen it already about 10 times. Same as Bitcoin has died, 497 times already? So I think this is just a narrative that just keeps on coming up to put fear and doubt. But there is a related interesting story, to crypto. But Tyler, I wanted to ask you a question. Did you notice that that one of the top ransomware firms went off the radar completely? Did you hear about that?
Yeah.
Yeah. But also, now here goes the next one, and I apologize for the wind, and I'll switch off after, I'll mute myself after I share this headline. The U.S. establishes ransomware task force, considers 10 million bounties. The Biden administration has reportedly established a new task force that will focus on combating cyber attacks and tracing crypto paid as ransom. Dun, dun, dun. So it looks like Sleepy Joe is kind of getting a team together.
Getting clever about how to track.
Getting a little smarter.
Yeah. Yeah, good. Well, he's got some smart people working there. I have a friend who works in the White House in the counterterrorism team for tech, the cyber tech counterterrorism team, which I guess they're going to, now that they're leaving Afghanistan, and maybe they're focusing more on this type of stuff. He's an old friend.
Something's got to pay the bills. There's a lot of people that do the security thing.
Yeah, Stephen.
No, Tyler, they according to the cyber crew and Justin's group last night, had the people on this. Biden's had exponentially more briefings than the presidents before him on cyber, so they are expecting a lot. I mean, I don't know the numbers, but it's huge. And you saw the executive order that just came out, so we'll have to see how that's implemented, because of course that's just a wish list of what he wants these agencies to do. But
jotting a note to myself to invite Stephen Espinoza to join us. So Stephen Espinoza, I know he's on Clubhouse, so he should be able to join us. I don't know how much he'll be able to say, but anyway. So
you could pull up Casper, who's below. Casper is one of the top people in cyber.
We've got 15 minutes to jump through 30 headlines. I don't see Casper in the hand raise area. Casper, can you raise your hand so we can get you up here? So, real fast headlines here. Hold on tight. This part's sponsored unofficially by Red Bull. Facebook Messenger introduces sound emojis. Messenger chats are about to get louder. The new evolved emoji will offer the sound you might expect, like laughter or applause, but you can also use sound emojis pulled from pop culture, including snippets from TV shows like Bridgerton and from popular musicians. Facebook says it will update them newly launched library of sound emojis regularly, and I've got one right here from the Dukes of Hazzard right here. So, welcome to the sound emojis in Facebook. I wonder where they got the idea. So, Facebook also wants creators, but YouTube is paying creators much, much more, and Facebook now has $1 billion, $1 billion to entice creators to start creating more on Facebook. And they are doing that not because they love you, but because they know it's now a marketplace of competition for creators, because you need creators and influencers to enable the future of social commerce. And there is no social commerce without creators and influencers. So hence $1 billion fund to get more creators. And then you've got Laura Logan from Fox Nation sounds an alarm about government surveillance. Fox Nation host Laura Logan discusses the threat of big tech and government surveillance on Fox Nation's Laura Logan Has No Agenda, where she talks about Amazon Alexas and how big tech is doing state surveillance and yada, yada, yada. But it's now the far right is starting to... I'm really curious to see what kind of conspiracy hinged theories they come up with related to... big tech and surveillance. And the UK lawmakers fret over China investment in university spin-offs, according to Bloomberg. From our friend Faraz, who I'm retweeting all of these in real time to the Tech News Twitter account at TNATW, which you can see on above my head in my photo. Chinese investors are increasingly backing the businesses emerging from UK universities, even as lawmakers urge government to rethink its open door policies. And from Todd, we've got another one from ESPN about arrests now being made over the racist content about the England players during the Euro 20, the Euro Championship football match on Sunday. 4 people have been arrested over online racist abuse, you could say tweets, aimed at members of England's team. And I guess it is illegal to do racist tweets in England because people are now being arrested for it. And, about our whole Apple going into AR, VR, JT found some receipts. Go ahead, JT.
Yes. They're just working on a way to pretty much combine eye tracking and extremity tracking to essentially accurately predict whether a user is touching an object in virtual reality or in AR. So current applications only use the extremity tracking, not the eye components. So they're using a combination of both, but on a weighted basis. So if one is much higher than the other, then they'll compensate for one over the other. But this is a new approach to actually controlling content, and they're also using peripherals like an iPad as a mechanism to actually control that content as well. So they talked about this in previous patents, using other devices as a way to control content. So that's just in summary. I haven't gone through the entire
but
article yet.
The point is they're making gains and improving the accuracy of movement inside of AR and touch detection inside of AR, so that when you are holding a AR something in AR, they know that you're touching it and moving it, and so it responds to your wrist gestures, which aren't even, well, they might be your physical wrists held up in front of your face, and there's cameras on the front of your AR glasses looking at your hands, and that's how you know that your hand movement tells the AR object to move precisely with the way that your hands are moving it. Make sense? Yes, it does. Okay, good. So we're moving on. But it's a critical piece, how to bridge the gap between the virtual reality and your physical reality of your hands moving the virtual object. So, Evan, I was inviting you up because you found some really good tweets, including Lightyear's solar car prototype drives 710 kilometers on a single battery charge, which is quite far for an EV.
Amazing. And why can't we build solar into every car roof? I mean, it sounds like a logical conclusion from this.
You can. You need to make them a lot closer to the ground and have much less oncoming air surface area to get the balance check out, but it can be done. They have these, actually, they have a thing in Australia where they have like a solar challenge every year where they race from one side of the continent to the other with things entirely via solar power. So it is possible to do. It does require fairly significant. They look very different from traditional cars.
Isn't there not, Chris, a solar-powered glider that went all the way around the world?
Oh yeah, you can do all sorts of things with this. This is something I've spent a lot of time on personally with stuff. There's some really cool things you can do. I had a version I called the Phaeton. Was like you actually, one of the cool things for this is just there's a group called HoloRide. It's done a lot of work for doing VR and making people not sick while they're basically going through automotive applications. But just real quick, the reason why this is really interesting, we can start combining VR technology and why it's a big breakthrough for actually solar cars. They don't seem like there's an obvious crossover, but here's the big one. If you have to look at the road while you're driving, a driver has to sit up. The main thing that basically causes the main thing where you're wasting energy is just the fact that you're pushing away the oncoming air. If you have someone literally lie down on their back, where they're able to basically just be flat, you can actually put a much like we're talking orders of magnitude less oncoming surface area for the wind, which means you get order of magnitude increases on range for everything from for energy. So if you have solar power, you can go that much faster with it. So the weirdly XR technologies, AI self-driving cars, actually are going to make the cars more efficient just because you don't need to have people physically looking at the road while things are being driven. They're more like cargo in their own vehicles. It's cool stuff.
And you can't see the car that's coming to hit you. So
yeah, exactly. You just trust and hope that it works. And better for environments, I think, is going to test it out.
But they have prismatic glasses, though, right? For that one of the teams did that. Like they had the glasses that actually tilted or something. I forget.
Yeah, there's been some fun things with that.
Today's solar panels are very inefficient. The efficiency of the solar panels is like 20%. So we need to develop the technologies to develop better solar panels, better efficiency. So they are not yet suitable. You can if you are going to take maximum territory of the space of the car, you can charge like 40 miles per day the car of the battery of the car.
Right, just as a brief approximation, and this is a bad one with things, but you're looking at about 8 meters squared, give or take, of like oncoming surface area to the wind, and that's one of the main things actually your energy goes into. Streamlining helps, but ultimately you're still having to, that's the area you have to push to the side. When you're leaning down or you're laying down, you're able to basically have it like just go over you. you can reduce that surface area to 1 to 2 meters of surface area, which meter square that, which dramatically makes a lot of the efficiency numbers very, very different. You're still getting the same amount of energy coming from the sun, but you're able to do more with it essentially. That's a whole other line with stuff. We can have a side break over with that, but yeah, there's some cool things in this area.
So Japan and TSMC confirmed talks to build a TSMC plant in Japan. That's a huge headline. Thank you to Todd for that one. I just tweeted out. Renjinth just found one that says using face biometrics, meaning your facial ID, and your age estimation to create a safer internet for children. The use of facial analysis and age estimation technologies powered by machine learning algorithms is already capable of creating safer internet for children to limit their access to certain things. That's quite a clever use case of a facial ID, which is getting a lot of heat. But can
you imagine 1950s advertising to essentially, it's like, well, you look like a woman, you should have more cleaning products. I mean, I could just imagine this going really bad.
But the thing is here that I'm one of the guns that advocate not trying to block things by age. Because the thing is, the more you tend to block kids away from whatever we think is harmful for them, the more eager they get to get there, and they share how to circumvent all the filters. In Sweden, we have had a huge debate over this in the schools to block porn, especially. But the thing is here that they actually decided not to go for it, because what they did do to circumvent the filters actually implemented massive amounts of malware and added trash into the computers on the schools. Johan done.
And
that's why you're so smart.
Swedish kids are pretty clever. Dr. Danish, you want to do this breaking news 1 minute ago?
Yes. So as of this morning, Governor Mike Parson of Missouri just just signed into law an update to the HIV laws that were in Missouri. So in Missouri, until August 28th, if you are somebody with HIV and you give it to somebody, it's a criminal offense.
There you go.
And
imagine if they did that with COVID.
Yeah.
Well, that's one of the
who wins the top prize, Tyler? Who's been preaching about COVID insurance?
Yeah,
that's right. And so right now, as of this law that was just signed today, that will go into effect on August 28th, they have reduced the fees. So it's not completely gone. You still are feed, but previously it was a felony crime to recklessly expose another person to HIV. That was the words that they used. And under the new law, the prosecutors actually must prove someone knowingly exposed the person to the virus to get that felony conviction, and also reduce the minimum sentence from 10 years to 3 years if the other person that they expose them to actually contracts HIV. Which, just so it's clear, I think across the board, most advocacy groups think that this law is archaic to begin with, and that we shouldn't be, putting people in jail for knowingly, quote unquote, knowingly exposing somebody. But it is, I don't know if I have an opinion on it. I just wanted to make sure that people know that now Missouri has finally changed the law since 1980. So it just happened today, which is I think a big win for the advocates.
Okay, other interesting news that people are finding and tweeting in. Thank you for that one, Dr. Danish. The Microsoft says that an Israeli group sold tools to hack Windows. And to hackers, for people familiar with this industry, that's a comical headline. Is the Israeli groups have been providing tools to hack into everything, including...
Yes. Wait, Windows can be hacked?
Yes. Windows is rather hackable, as are Android, and in fact, even iPhones, and pretty much everything is. And a lot of the best tools for doing that hacking, it comes from Israel. And everybody knows it who pays any attention to this area. And so this headline that says Microsoft says Israeli group sold tools to hack Windows is like saying, it's like some dairy farm is selling milk to milk producers or to supermarkets. It's like, yeah, where the fuck did you think this stuff came from? Everyone knows where milk comes from. It comes from cows on dairy farms. It's like, the tools to hack Windows came from Israel is the most obvious thing that you could say about the hacking industry. So, and it's not a slight to Israel. Israel makes the best hacking software you can get. Every police department knows if you want to open an iPhone, you go get Pegasus from Israel. This is not, Sweden has a few good ones as well. Israel's not unique. There's other good ones. It's just that the Israelis make the best ones. So it's, and Microsoft is the easiest of all platforms to hack, hence Chris's joke. So the fact that Microsoft is saying that Israel has sold tools to hack Windows is like the most non-headline I've ever read. It's
I think sometimes when we're looking at like what happens in the headlines, sometimes these are intended for mass consumer adoption. Yeah. Sometimes I think some cybersecurity professional is going to speak to some world government leader and needs to have a fancy headline. So it just says, "Hey, can you drum up this over the next week or two in the PR department?" Yeah, and then it's only for like small meetings, but there's a lot of government $billion contracts. When you say we need to improve our cybersecurity because I saw this headline once.
Yeah, the weird thing is how this headline even got written. Like that, it's such an obvious point that it isn't even worth reporting. I'm wondering why it was reported. It's weird. Anyway, Apple researching how to use compressed LiDAR data in AR and Apple Car. New research shows Apple is not only working to add LiDAR to Apple Car and its augmented reality efforts, but it's also how to make devices utilize in a more compressed way. And Apple is going big into LiDARs, even in your latest versions of their phones. And it's going to blow people's mind when people realize how much 3D object generation is going to be happening. Everyone's going to be doing it all the time as soon as the headsets come out. So it's really going to blow people away. Full-time minimum wage employers in America can't afford rent anywhere in the U.S., according to a new report. According to CNBC, people working minimum wage full-time jobs cannot afford a 2-bedroom apartment in any state in the U.S. without spending more than 30% of their income, which is supposed to be the limit of what one would pay for rent. And so I guess you either need to raise minimum wage or lower rents or a possible third option that many people are not usually willing to consider, which is find something other than a traditional building to live in, like containers, like the Japanese capsule hotels, which, by the way, millions of Hong Kongers live in, by the way.
Or an Iceland in Thailand.
Or what?
City councils are basically landholders, and they have no incentive to fix this because it means that they lose their own financial holdings on this. It's the same thing for the property developers.
I think there's an incredibly huge opportunity to create a new category of domicile between homelessness and regular apartments. There's been
tiny homes.
Yes.
And RVs.
There's a very interesting thing that would tie into the lovely afternoon session with Susie in the Nordic Tech Lunch, which they spoke about the silver economy, because the other component is, why do older people over 60 that are still fit and active, why do they have to go into a home? Why can't they do what they do in Holland? Some older people actually live in a community living area, which means they all have like 30 square meters. They share a common area, but they pay super, super reasonable, but they also get to socialize, because now they're it's a bit like an older version of a college dorm. Right. Which would mean instead of it being super big, but it's like 40 square meters, 50 square meters, and it's small and cozy, but you also have social connections.
Yeah, so they have those in the U.S. It's called independent living community, and so that's very common here. And then
but
there's also companies called
Dr. Danish, I'm American. I'm from New York, and I worked in 41 states. I know what independent living is like in the United States, and then having an elderly mom, it's not the best. Some of them are, and they're also very out of the affordable range for someone that's retiring, especially as the pensions and the taxations, which many Americans in here would probably also say, as they get older, they're taxing on their money as well. So that whole industry is privatized. So a lot of
100%. So I was gonna go into that, Aimee. So I was gonna tell you about stuff that you may not know, because I was part of the Longevity Accelerator, where there's a company called Upside Home, HOM, and if you haven't checked out Upside I'd really recommend it. So what they're doing is they're actually converting existing apartment complexes completely into this, so people can live independently. But then they're making it tech enabled. So they're building the largest sort of community for 55 plus, but also above that, that's affordable and it's essentially like normal rent, and a lot of it's actually paid by they're partnering with Papa and other companies. They're doing Medicare Advantage programs, so it's actually covered by Medicare Advantage for some people.
So where is this? Where are these communities popping up? Do you know the
Miami.
demographics of the states that they're going in?
Yeah, in Miami, and I think like 60% of their residents are Spanish speaking, and so they're doing a great job. They're using a lot of the waivers from the affordable living grants in Florida currently, and so there is a lot of opportunity. And I think the answer is going to be tech enabled spaces, like you mentioned, like where you can kind of live in these co-spaces, but you actually have your own independence. And companies, again, it's Upside HOM. I would check them out. They're doing an incredible job.
Yeah, I'm actually quite curious because I know that I've seen it, and I've been talking with a few of my friends and their parents in the U.S. And I think that when you start looking at a lot of these programs, like those Medicare and Medicaid are federal programs, so if they start getting cut, they do start also losing the funding as well. And those are the first funds that the government will cut. So it's really great that this organization is doing it in Miami. However, I would really be curious to see if they're entering into other inner city states.
They are. So just to give you some context, it's not like a non-for-profit or something. Upside Home is the former founder of Papa, if you guys know Papa. So the former founder of Papa actually started this company, and they're backed by Freestyle Ventures and other people. So they're a startup that's actually doing this. They're kind of going about this in a different way. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear. It's not a non-for-profit. They are, just like any other startup, their goal is to go nationwide.
So here's some of the numbers about this last headline. This year, workers would need to earn $24.90 per hour for a 2-bedroom home and $20.40 per hour for a 1-bedroom home, which has increased from last year of about $24 and $20 respectively. And the average hourly worker currently earns about $18.78, so substantially behind what is needed for even a 1-bedroom home. And there's just it's a weird thing that we feel like there's this particular style of apartment that people need to fit into. There's such a tremendous gap. I mean, having lived in Asia, and Thailand is very innovative, although very traditional in their potential spectrum of living arrangements. And we don't have that kind of a spectrum in the US between homeless and apartment. Thailand has a whole variety of space of innovative living conditions between homeless, and really nobody's homeless in Thailand because there's a real gradual spectrum. And so it's quite an interesting living in Southeast Asia, where you can see all of these different varieties of lifestyle that aren't traditional living and then homelessness. There's a lot of room in between there that weirdly is missing in the US that I think is a tremendous opportunity. Somebody said it though. Trailer parks is one of the middle spaces, which has been very highly stigmatized, by the way. And I'm guilty of stigmatizing it myself by playing that sound right now. But one of my, in fact, probably my very dearest friend, Tim Nikolai, is one of the biggest owners of trailer parks around America. And he started doing it when he was just 30 years old. And he's become a complete trailer park, magnate, because he foresaw, and he and I agree, that things were going to start turning south. And when things go south, trailer parks go up. And he has just been what a truly brilliant individual that he invested so heavily in something that goes up when the economy goes down. Luis? Go ahead.
I just wanted to jump in, Tyler, that, one of the worst inventions of humanity maybe is a single-family home. That's the reason a lot of people feel like planet cannot sustain the population growth. So just like farming, maybe we need to think about vertical housing. Not, I'm not talking about high-rise, but more like what Barcelona has, 6 stories building.
Well, that's certainly the Hong Kong approach. Hong Kong went straight vertical and tiny. And I lived in Tokyo, And my God, does Hong Kong have tiny housing? And Tokyo has remarkably some of the smallest housing on the planet. And my God, does Hong Kong really give Tokyo a run for its money? There's millions of people living in what they call coffins. They're as small as they are like capsule hotels in Tokyo, the popular businessman capsule hotels, which are like a little bit bigger than a coffin. You just lay down in it and you go to sleep, and then you wake up and there's a community shower and kitchen. There's 40 million people in America right now who are looking to become homeless this year because they can no longer afford these regular sized apartments, and they have to become homeless because there isn't something in between like capsule living. I think it's just a tremendous opportunity.
To build buildings.
Remember there's container house?
Yeah, I know. Don't get me started. Anyway,
with container housing is you don't have the land to be close to the jobs, because the issue with living in the trailer community is the jobs are not there, so you have to have transportation to take you. And I was speaking at the panel with the other speaker was a deputy mayor of LA, and she mentioned when you close the street and the cars don't come in, you actually increase the home value. So what if we take the part of the road and we build these community vertically, so we are not, taking people's home, but we are taking a public, roadway, still keeping it, but underneath cars will go, and over the top will be these tiny homes. And now the community will actually increase the home value. So that's kind of maybe urban planning that we need to look at.
Okay. If you combine that with the VR news from earlier, you end up with the vision of that film Ready Player One, where they're all containers stacked up to the ceiling and people are sitting in there all day just playing VR. So.
There's some folks working on interesting modular tiny homes that are all self-sustainable. They have like solar, and they can go for a week with a fill of water that in a tank that's built in. They're quite nice, and they stack in a really interesting way. So they're smaller than containers, but still have a reasonable amount of room. Think of it as like an RV in a way, but it's not on wheels. It's something that you stack up and you live in, and you have a community of them. It actually looked quite impressive. Someone was pitching it to me. Of course, we're not really going down that route because it has to be funded and needs some. But it would be a fantastic alternative to the tent camps we have around here, where I live in Northern California. It just takes a little bit of investment, much cheaper than regular housing. I mean, just a tiny fraction of the cost of regular housing. So,
and you also have a community, Dan. You have a community where people care, like, I have a home, I don't have a tent. So, and maybe that brings some of the problem that we have in San Francisco, where, DA says don't arrest people, we don't have a room. So, what if
it is happening to some degree already in the Bay Area, because there are, especially for veterans, there's a lot of funding for this kind of alternative housing, and they are not the one I just described, which is a very high tech version of this, but they are sticking in parking lots like tiny homes where they group together 20 or 30 units and then a community little area, and those things are of course quite successful, but it's very, very limited compared to to the tents and everything like that. So the solutions are possible, but it does take some coordinated action, of course.
Dan, can I ask a question on that? Not reflecting on your personal investment, because it's all relative to your own like thesis, etc. But generally speaking, do you see that, let's say, that specific solution that you see and you think is good? Do you see it being funded by the private sector, by VCs? Is it just a question of that's about to explode, or they're still not seeing it and they're still not investing in it in general? I'm not talking about your specific thing.
Well, there's different levels, and the kind of the stuff that's available today is more philanthropic, of course. But there is funding, there is government funding available, as I mentioned. If you're, I'm not, by the way, not an expert on this, but I did have a friend who is in this and it does it from a philanthropy point of view. There is a lot of money, again, for veterans. There's like special programs to house veterans. So if you're in this business, that's an area you focus on, and that's quite easy to do. But obviously to fund just homeless people in general, it's a much harder thing to do. And again, it tends to be philanthropy. Of course, the companies making these units can be commercial businesses, right? But the size of the market's limited by the funding that's available for it.
I
You
want
could
to make a
actually have the.
comment. Can I make a comment? Elon Musk wrote on his tweet that he's now living in a 50K house rented from SpaceX. So if he can live in one, why not us? I mean, not me, but anybody else.
It's an interesting point. Yeah, it's because the area near where they do all of the SpaceX launches, called Boca Chica, Texas, it's these tiny little homes that are on this one little road, and they were trying to buy all the homes on the road so they could own the road, so they could close the road and stop people from getting close to the launch site. And they were offering the people who had the houses on that road 10 times what they were worth just to get them out so they could have a geographic monopoly, like the game Monopoly, and stop people from getting close to the SpaceX launch pad. There was a few holdouts, interestingly, but he's living in one of those tiny little super low budget houses there near the launch pad.
Functional.
Yeah, it can be delivered on a truck and it unfolds. It's actually pretty cool.
No. These are 40-year-old houses on a street, on a cul-de-sac.
No, but he lives in it was a lot of stories on it. It's a company. I don't remember. The company's name was on the front door.
Dan,
it comes in.
Dan, yes.
Holds up.
I know more than the journalists do on this story, Dan. So
Tyler knows that he lives in Austin.
Dan, so the houses that I'm referring to have been there since the 50s. Indeed, there are more employees that they want to have near the launch pad than there are physical houses there. So they have brought in additional modular housing to be there. And Elon may or may not have decided to move from one of the traditional houses to one of the newer delivered houses. He has lived in one of the traditional houses that was there on the street.
But just going back to just wanted to refer to the single family housing. You know, I walk at the beach every day for past 3 years, and in this is this and in this stretch of land that I walk, no house is less than 20 million, and most of the time, I would say 99% of the time, I haven't seen a single person in these homes, so they're all empty. So just wanted to mention that we need to reallocate resources properly.
Check this out. On the issue of Elon with the modular housing, it's also related, as no journalist will tell you, to the fact that they have the Tesla plant in Austin, and there's not enough housing for the Tesla employees in Austin, and so they're creating their own solution. So if you're a journalist and you want the clicks, go ahead and write the article. I can even connect you to the proper sources.
We should start doing that. We should have more journalists in these rooms and stuff.
The problem is Tesla has removed their PR department because they no longer wanted to have direct correspondence between journalists and the company.
They got Elon.
His Twitter account, it does force that equation. Interestingly, it does force journalists to pay much closer attention to Elon's Twitter account. Michael. Did Michael just pop in here?
Hey, what up, brother?
What's up, man? How you feeling?
Yeah.
I'm feeling good. I'm back to 100% health now.
Nice.
Smell came back. Everything came back.
You sounded better today.
But what's wild is that Subway has set up a website to defend their tuna and say that it's real.
There was a headline about a week ago that some lab had tested Subway's tuna and found tuna in any of Subway's tuna. Some tuna.
It's real.
So Tyler,
Subway
I've
launched
learned so much from you
to combat that.
I've learned so much from you. Who wins from Subway getting destroyed? Just humanity?
Oh man,
that is wild, man.
But the weird thing is, it would cost. Doesn't it cost more to make fake tuna than to use real tuna? It's very weird. But you know what?
I'm
Hang
just
on.
gonna go to the website
I just
and
figured
find
it
out
out,
about it.
Michael. I just figured it out. They're using some other fish. It's technically not tuna. It's like bonito or something like that. And so it's some.
We live in a post-tuna society.
Because tuna is getting very expensive and is getting endangered, in fact. So they're using some other fish, and that's why the headline
Tuna
says
family.
they're not using tuna is technically correct. They need to start saying, "Would you like a bonito sandwich?" and not a tuna sandwich.
It's whatever fish they can get
Which is bonito, is the common cheap replacement for tuna.
Michael, I've missed your mmm.
I miss you guys too.
What does the Subway page say? Does it say it's real fish or does it say it's real tuna?
Well, it says a lawsuit was launched against Subway earlier this year, questioning the contents of its popular tuna sandwich filling. Despite it being confirmed that it was in fact real tuna, the debate continues to cause issues for the brand. It's launched a website with the sole purpose of defending its tuna. In the next phase of the Great Subway Tuna debate, the brand launched the website to put to bed the questioning once and for all. It's really going in.
The website, Michael, is subwaytunafacts.com. I'm looking at it right now.
And it's like full on war by the journalists. It's so strange. I haven't seen such alignment. Like every article is like Subway updated their menu and every single item is vile and disgusting.
Tyler, can you go and read subwaytunafacts.com?
I'm on it.
It says
I'm tweeting
Subway
it.
tuna is real tuna. Oh my God, read it.
It's all these people that grew up reading The Jungle in journalism school and going, "This is our moment."
Okay, so
for those of you who don't know, one of the
It's
reasons
fucking
Subway's
wild.
getting so much bad publicity is their franchisees hate them.
Oh, damn
so
right.
A lot of this stuff is coming from
Waterloo.
the franchise.
So
is this where the franchise creator was hitting on all the wives of the franchisees? Is that what was going on?
Yeah, but he's dead, so that's an old story. but the franchisees are upset even about current situations, about like new requirements and this Subway franchise, by the way, doesn't give you any kind of geographical protection whatsoever. It's a really
okay.
sad
Hang on.
situation.
Let me unpack this TunaGate thing here. Subway.
Unpack TunaGate.
Welcome to TunaGate 2012. I'm your host.
Thank you, Michael.
Tuna news around the world.
Tuna news around the world. Something's fishy. the hashtag something's fishy. So, and when you go to the Subway site, it says Subway tuna is real tuna, underlined real. That's right. The truth is, Subway uses wild-caught skipjack tuna regulated by the Food and Drug Administration, a favorite among sub lovers. Our tuna is and has always been high-quality, premium, and 100% real. Myth. The New York Times reported Subway's premium fan-favorite tuna wasn't actually tuna. Truth, not true. What's actually happened is that the New York Times...
It's a bonito. It's a bonito. Google skipjack.
Wait, what actually happened? What's it say?
Wait, well, skipjack is bonito?
Absolutely, yeah, because I've heard it when I go fishing. It's like, oh, that's a skipjack. Like, that's a bonito, right?
It is bonito. That's it. The skip.
You're renaming the tuna.
It's all coming together.
If you Google the word,
hey, Tyler,
yes.
skipjack and bonito are not the same fish. I caught both many times. They are.
Well, hang on. I'm looking at Wikipedia. I beg to differ. It says the skipjack tuna is a medium-sized perciform fish in the tuna family, Scombridae. It is otherwise known as the balaya, the kakalang, and the Arctic bonito. The mushmouth oceanic bonito, striped tuna, or victor fish. It grows up to 1 meter in length, and it's kind of fishy. It's kind of riding the line between tuna and bonito. They're clever.
This is fucking wild.
This is we're getting into some crazy shit right here. This is getting interesting.
Yeah, we gotta Scully and Mulder in the case.
Anybody that wants to really enjoy this in the next 24 hours, go down their website and it's got a link to Subway Tuna supply chain, and they actually walk through everything. It's nuts.
We gotta get to the fucking bottom of this, you guys. This is pretty much the most important thing in 2021.
So hold on.
Tyler,
Hold on. This is serious. Well, let's get real here. It says
wait. I checked. The Japanese name is katsuo. It's maguro de wa nai yo.
It's not. She says in Japanese, it's not tuna, because Japanese are very specific about their types of tuna. By the way, more than anybody could ever imagine. Like, you know how the Eskimos have 50 words for snow? Like the Japanese have 100 words for tuna. This fish is not part of the Japanese 100 words for tuna.
Whoa.
That says it all.
That's before they hired the Japanese.
Tyler, I just tweeted to Tech News the latest franchise dispute about increased franchise fees and other things, and so you have it now, and you can do what you want.
So the New York on the SubwayTunaFacts.com site, it says the New York Times test results only show that the type of DNA test done by the unnamed lab wasn't a reliable way of determining whether the sample was tuna or not. If the test had confirmed the existence of a protein other than tuna, questions could have been raised. However, their non-detect conclusion really just means that the test was inadequate in determining what the protein was.
Oh, now they're insulting the lab. This is personal.
In other words, it was a problem with the test, not the tuna. Still not convinced? Check out USA Today's independent fact check or the New York Times. Well, that's clearly they're playing with their friends at the USA Today to pay for an article.
This goes all the way to the top.
Which found it lacked important context about the limitations of DNA testing of denatured proteins, and some additional information from the food DNA testing firm Applied Food Technologies about why DNA testing isn't always conclusive in testing processed tuna, given the cooking and packaging process breaks down the DNA fragments. The challenge of accurately testing the processed tuna DNA has been known for a while and even studied by scientists.
Does this sound like a defense of big sub? I mean, like, or big food there? I mean, like, this is like, when you say something big sub, it almost seems like it's a compliment rather than like an ominous thing.
You know what, though? I will say this, though. I don't give a fuck what it is. I will always eat it. It's delicious, whatever it is. I don't care what's in it as long as it's not like other people. Like, I'll eat it. It's delicious.
So we can actually extract DNA from a 15,000-year-old dead, what do you call them, elephant with fur. But you can't extract DNA from a tuna that died yesterday. Oh, God, Americans.
This is a larger question for all of science. Like, if Subway sandwiches can invalidate all of DNA testing for science, and we're going to
all
have to
these
find
prisoners
other
get let out.
When I said this is the most important, like, this is literally the most important topic of the year. This will literally change everything that we understand about science.
In a report about this, on
Chipotle's
USA,
in the corner, like.
In a report about this on USA Today, it says that the Times purchased the Subway sandwiches and removed the tuna, froze it, shipped it to an unidentified commercial food testing lab. The samples were run through a $500 PCR test, which detects genetic material from a specific organism. So that was it. But, how reliable is a PCR test?
Yeah. Okay. Well, we've got more.
Also, isn't tuna cooked before it's presented at Subway? Surely it's not raw.
And that's the other thing. That's
if it's cooked, it's denatured. That's why it's
process.
Denatured. Yeah, I mean, it could be cooked, or it could be that whatever conspiracy.
We need to have a breakout room about this. We could easily go on for like days.
I know which one makes better TV though.
We'll do the deep dive. Don't you worry. Okay, so other headlines here. Educators use EdTech to create virtual escape rooms for K through 12 students, and these online escape room puzzles treat students to persist with critical thinking, careful reading, teamwork, and subject matter challenges, all while increasing knowledge and all kinds of things. It's a very clever way to teach using escape rooms. I had never thought of that. That's truly brilliant. Other headline. Cheryl sent in one that the World Health Organization advises against COVID-19 vaccine proof for travel. And why? What's their thinking there? Anybody know?
Privacy data?
Yeah, something like that.
Because not every country have access to vaccine, so it's unfair for those.
Is that why they're doing it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Now this is wild, and this could be related to the Subway tuna gate. Newly discovered Borg. You guys saw this headline in the last couple of days? It's now starting to get some traction. This is now a totally new discovery, and the team that discovered it is calling it a Borg. This newly discovered Borg DNA is unlike anything scientists have ever seen. These Borg elements assimilated genes from other organisms and could be used to help fight climate change, is the headline. And I read the article from the discoverer, and they say it's not living or unliving like a virus. And let me read the article. Scientists have discovered DNA sequence in wetland soil that are unlike anything ever found, which could have important and unanticipated climate implications, according to a new preprint study co-authored by Nobel Prize laureate, among other genomics researchers. The authors of the new paper, which has not yet been peer-reviewed, named these genetic elements Borgs after the recurring villains in Star Trek because they assimilate genes from other organisms.
We are Borg.
Yeah. Borgs are extra chromosomal elements, meaning that these DNA sequences are found outside of chromosomes that lie within the nucleus of most cells and that contain the majority of an organism's genetic material. So they go in and they eat it up. And the examples of extra chromosomal elements include plasmids, which can replicate outside of a host's chromosomes, and some viruses. You can kind of think of them as like cousins of viruses, although they're not viruses. Exactly what Borgs are remains a mystery at this point because it's clear that they share genes and proteins with organisms that oxidize methane called methanotropes that belong to a genus called methanoperidins, suggesting that they acquired these elements through past gene transfers, and they are of an immense interest to climate change researchers because they reduce atmospheric emissions of methane, a potent greenhouse gas that contributes to rising global temperatures. Here's the quote. Speaking for myself, I very rarely get excited, especially once it became clear that they carry genes directly involved in methane oxidation, said senior author Gillian Banford, a biochemist and geomicrobiologist at the University of California, Berkeley, in an email. And then where I discovered this was on Twitter by one of the finders called Jill Banfield, which Paul Graham from Y Combinator retweeted her. And she says, I repeat, I haven't been this excited about a discovery since CRISPR. We found something enigmatic like CRISPR is associated with microbial genomes. We've named these unique entities as Borgs. And she says there's like 19 of them, and they refer to them as different colors, like pink Borg, blue Borg, red Borg, and whatever. And they each have different characteristics. And Banfield and her colleagues realized that they were dealing with something special after sequencing DNA found in the wetlands of Lake County, California. Her team includes several researchers from the Innovative Genomics Institute, a partnership between UC Berkeley and UC California, San Francisco, that was founded by Jennifer Doudna, who received the 2020 Nobel Prize for Chemistry and the co-author of the new study. The researchers have studied a huge variety of microbial entities, and they are in studying one wetland soil, we identified fragments of enigmatic genomes that were clearly archaeal, but could not be classified easily of any type of known genetic element. So these are truly unknown entities, essentially, or elements, and they believe they could be used in metabolizing methane, essentially, and reducing methane. And
this is so exciting.
Yeah, it says
because
the team color-coded 19 groups. There are orange, lilac, rose Borgs, for example, and describe some of their perplexing properties, including their exponentially enormous size. The DNA sequences were most abundant in deep, oxygen-poor soil and sometimes exceeded actual normal proportions in these locations by 8 times. Indeed, there was no consistent relationship. And that said, the Borgs do clearly contain metabolic genes, which might be able to boost the energy metabolisms that of the organisms that host them. If so, these unique genetic elements could provide new insights into reducing methane emissions, which is a major aim for climate change plans.
So one way of thinking of plasmids is almost like USB drives or like old CD-ROMs you might trade with your friends type kind of thing. Apparently, microbiome, like small little little bugs, essentially, what they'll do is they'll the bacteria will actually create these things and actually trade them with each other. You can see this in slime mold type kinds of things, where what they'll do is they'll basically say, "Oh, here, you want some antibacterial? Try running this program," kind of thing. What's really cool about it is what they're finding, that these samples are in these places they wouldn't expect to find them. That's very exciting because sometimes those soils go really deep. There's been a lot of breakthroughs recently that the amount of life on Earth that's supported by oxygen versus very deep in the soils with anaerobic environments might be very, very different, which has huge geological implications also for places you might find life in the universe. So it's a very exciting stuff.
Everything just needs that electron, right? I mean, that's kind of what was, really what was the first clue for me is when...
This could be what they're putting in the sandwiches.
Yeah, we shouldn't dive too deep, Chris and Chris. We'll drive everyone nuts.
Anyway,
I think the sandwiches are were the true solution for everything.
Well, maybe we've stumbled upon we've solved the mystery. Speaking of scientific mysteries, here's another headline I'm tweeting out right now. Scientists observe a brainless blob thinking and making decisions. And by the way, you could say the same about plants, actually. The slime mold called Pysarium uses mechanical signals to probe environments that it hasn't directly explored yet. And if you look at it, it is a plant. It's a mold, which is a plant. And people often throw around the word brainless as an insult, but the slime mold called Pysarium polycephalium, which literally has no brain, might make us rethink this characterization. This blob-like life form can perform surprisingly complex calculations, such as solving mazes or exhibiting basic forms of memory. But so can starfish and shit, and jellyfish and all these kinds of things. So this is, if you study the interesting spectrum between plants and humans, you get into all kinds of interesting things like jellyfish that act very intelligently but don't have a visible brain. Nor do plants. Plants are kind of even earlier, slower versions of jellyfish. They just move much slower. And same with this mold, actually. So anyway, to learn more about how this mold makes smart decisions with no brain, researchers from the Weiss Institute at Harvard University tested their environmental awareness. The results revealed a novel preference and sensing capability in the unicellular organism in which the mold uses its body as both a distributed sensor array and computational substrate, according to a study published on Thursday. These abilities open a new window into the intelligence of brainless organisms, but they also provide insight about behavioral capabilities throughout the tree of life and can inform the development of soft robotics, artificial neural networks, and other bioengineering applications. Here's the quote. It doesn't have any neural systems inside of it. It's basically one gigantic cell that grows, said the author and an assistant professor at Algoma University and the former member of the Allen Discovery Center in the call. People are using them more in the world of cognition because you can read out its decision in its body, meaning that the organism's thinking process is expressed by its body type because it's a single cell organism. So, and that says what's cool about them is that its decision-making behavior is its morphogenesis, added senior author Mike Levin in the same call. It ends up being very nice intersection point between decision making in three-dimensional space, which is behavior, and decision making in morphological space and patterning, in which it is a swarm intelligence of cells trying to build something. So I just tweeted that out so you can have a looky look at it. And I think it's interesting how we continue to discover kind of amazing things like this and still don't attribute intelligence to plants or even jellyfish or, things that clearly have intelligence. So it's
agreed.
One very, very quick point. Your eyes do pre-processing on the data before it gets to your brain. And a lot of that has to do with very, very intricate interactions with the cells themselves that actually do processing inside. And it's fascinating because as they're starting to look at what things we can actually manipulate with the eyes versus in the brain, this is that sort of nuance that you start seeing the slime molds and stuff like that is those sorts of cellular computations start to become really interesting.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's intercellular and intracellular, and the fact that the information doesn't come in just one channel, it's actually multi-channel and multi-scale. So some of the information gets processed along the way, some of it gets transformed along the way. It's actually, I just sent you a message there, Tyler, about a similar actual DARPA program that looks to study morphogenesis for electrochemical interface. That could lead to persistent high energy density solid state batteries and corrosion resistant coatings alloys for military use. So it also reminds me of this movie from 2017, if anyone's seen it here, Life, where there was that organism that its cell was a muscle, it was a sensory cell, and it was a cognition based cell. So it was a different kind of, as you would refer to it, as a substrate for computing. It's a fascinating topic. So just wanted to put that out there.
A somewhat related, while we're on this kind of gene and academic type stuff, the New York Times reporting now that the World Health Organization experts seek limits on human gene editing experiments. Indeed, although good luck convincing China to stop doing that. The panel also called on countries to ensure that beneficial forms of genetic alteration be shared equitably. So if you are going to do it, please share it with everybody else. Okay, China, please? Because we know...
every country participated in this stuff 100 years ago with things. It's just China just didn't get the memo that you're not supposed to do it in the new century with things. It's crazy, essentially, how these things move forward.
Everybody's still doing it. What are you talking about? It's just labeled differently. Yeah. Oh, it's not... pathogen research. We're not trying to see about the pathogen function gain. We're trying to see about a species jump. So it's a technically different area. It's just lost in the language, but the research is still happening. In fact, more than ever, more people are participating in that stuff than Los Alamos plus the Apollo program put together. So,
yep.
So Willie found. Thank you for finding this tweet, Willie. And William found the Subway tuna photo, but William found a tweet of a actually stunningly stylish capsule hotel. Minimized space to be rebranded as lean living, and why that extreme of a coffin-sized capsule. So it's a 2x2x2 cube. And the idea, sound plus OLED walls with animated landscapes might improve the space feeling, but you have to see this capsule living environment, which is incredibly stylish, honestly. I could see this being wildly popular, even in the US. If you could take a look at the tweet that I just sent to the Tech News Twitter account at TNATW. And now the Subway CEO is jumping into Subway's Tunagate. Following the tuna sandwich controversy, Subway CEO says it's one of his favorite. The tuna sub is one of the CEO's favorites, is his comment.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I might go get one in a couple minutes here.
Yeah. Subway CEO
all this talk
John Chisney.
Tyler, I'm sorry.
Yes.
I'm so confused. We went from a capsule to I just came back.
Priorities, priorities. So this is important. We're going with the important stuff, which is Tunagate.
Tunagate.
Yeah. Subway CEO says that the tuna sandwich is one of his favorites, and he's quote unquote very proud of our tuna.
Are we joking or
no? That's a direct quote.
Not joking.
This is tuna news around the world.
That's a direct quote. For us.
So for us, just a quick recap for us. Basically, I came in here and being the disruptor that I am, and dropped the bombshell of 2021, which is that Subway has decided to make a website dedicated to proving their tuna is real, because they got attacked this year pretty heavy. And we've decided to dub that Tunagate. And so we've been discussing the website. We started talking about the logistics of the supply chain. where they get their tuna, what types of tuna they're
I get it.
actually
Just say
are.
it's Mike. Just say it's Mike. I get
Okay.
it.
Yeah, just say it's Michael. Just say it's me.
Yeah.
So scientists have harnessed, and we
Conspiracy
need
theorist.
Hold on here. So this is, again, we're keeping on the gene editing front here, and this one from Cheryl just now from LiveScience.com. Scientists have harnessed CRISPR gene editing technology to block the replication of novel coronavirus in human cells, an approach that could one day serve as a new treatment for COVID.
Ooh, we're already there.
Wild.
Yes. Apple in talks with San Jose over homeless encampments on its undeveloped future Apple areas. Let's see. Apple in talks with San Jose over homeless encampment on its undeveloped land. So, and there's an amazing photo of this. It looks like I can't tell if it's a junkyard or a homeless encampment because it looks much more unorganized than a normal homeless encampment. It looks more like a junkyard. You can see in the photos, and it says, because the photo looks like a junkyard, it doesn't look like it's even livable, even as a homeless encampment. Apple's facing a potential problem in San Jose with an increasing number of homeless people trickling into an owned plot of undeveloped land as nearby encampments are cleared out. CBS affiliate KPIX in the Bay Area last week reported inhabitants of homeless clusters near the Mineta San Jose International Airport are making their way to larger parcels of land owned by Apple. The exodus from Mineta, which is an exit off the highway, to Apple's plots supposedly began when the city of San Jose proceeded with an enhanced cleanup of the airport in recent weeks, a project urged on by the FAA, Federal Aviation Administration. There are currently between 30 and 100 residents living in the approximately 55-acre patchwork of land parcels, a chunk of which was purchased for $138 million in 2015. Inhabitants have set up RVs, tents, and vehicles, while Vice reports dumpsters and portable toilets are also on the scene. Homeless people who have begun living on Apple's land say the company and management has not made attempts to push them off the property. I'm grateful that they don't kick us out. Renee Corona, an inhabitant who lived on the parcel for more than 2 years, told Vice, I just want to say thank you. They didn't bother us. Crime appears to be a minor issue, with some inhabitants leaving trash strewn about, but others, like a 40-year-old woman who goes by Tiggs, are trying to better the area. The people that are living here, we'd like Apple to know. We'd like to try to make this a healthier environment, she said. We want to make it eco-friendly and create systems for water consumption and energy. And San Jose City Council member David Cohen is attempting to meet with Apple to discuss the situation. We're setting up a meeting so that I can begin to talk with them about what we might be able to do to help the people who are living here and figure out some plan for offering services. Apple said it has been in talks with the city to find a solution. And I read a headline earlier today that Apple just donated $1 billion for homelessness. Did someone else find that article somewhere? News of the homeless camp arrives as...
The next paragraph.
Yeah, you're right. It's in the next paragraph. News of homeless camp arrives as Apple mets... news of the homeless camp arrives as Apple mets out funds from a $2.5 billion fund committed to ease California's housing shortage. The company on Wednesday said it had put $1 billion towards the initiative. There it is in the last paragraph.
I think it's to help make it more affordable for their employees and maybe others too. But it's not for. I don't think it's for homelessness. It's to make it more affordable so that people
Dan,
can work
for once,
at Apple.
I agree with you. I agree with you on that one because it's phrased in a way that is confusing. But it's for the California Housing Initiative. I don't think they're gearing it towards homelessness. Sorry for the interruption.
But let me read the paragraph again. It says, news of the homeless camp arrives as Apple mets out funds from a $2.5 billion fund committed to ease California's housing shortage. So the $2.5 billion fund is for California's housing shortage. The company on Wednesday said it had put $1.5 billion towards the initiative.
$1 billion.
$1 billion, right. Which we assume means this, the homeless initiative on their land.
No, it's towards the $2.5 billion California Housing Shortage Initiative.
You're right, because it's a link.
They're contributing to that.
Yes, it's a link to another article, and the other article Headline is Apple has contributed over $1 billion to California affordable housing.
It's actually on their main website. I'll tweet it out to you, but it basically says homeless prevention system. It's the homeless prevention system. Apple supports the homeless prevention system, has provided financial and rental assistance to more than 15,000 families. And they have these stories about...
I'm going to be optimistic and hope that Apple comes up with this modular housing to fix the problem, to kind of address some of their own issues here.
It's one of those problems that can be fixed with proper policy. It wouldn't even be that expensive compared to the other stuff we're doing. But it does take a different way of thinking that, this is a problem we're going to solve. We're going to dedicate some land to it. We're going to put the resources. It can be done, pretty straightforward.
The problem is they've already used the word HomePod for something else.
You're right. Oh my God.
If you put two HomePods together, does it make better housing situation?
They could call it a HomePod Plus. You could call it a
entire house is literally an complete stick.
HomePod Max Plus.
Max.
Pro. HomePod Pro Max Plus.
iHomeless?
Homeless Pod.
Will it work with people
HomePod squared?
But what about if the tenants are own Androids?
Big issues today. We're working on.
Can you imagine the data? What kind of data could they get out of that capsule pod, the homeless pod?
You can live and never see an untouched surface that Apple has not designed for you.
A lot of DNA testing, but it's an interesting idea.
What's wrong with us today?
Yeah, it's the tuna. So, tech news. Air Force launches virtual reality program to combat sexual abuse. The United States Air Force is rolling out a new VR sexual assault prevention program. There it is. Thank you for Dr. Fran. Evan, you had one about a secret algorithm is transforming DNA evidence. Is Evan with us? Evan is not with us. Evan has left the building. So, a Virginia defendant could be the first to see a secret software transforming DNA evidence. TrueLL's secret algorithm used by U.S. prosecutors to assess the likelihood of a suspect's DNA in a mixed sample. Prosecutors have used software to help convict thousands, but have never revealed its source code. Oh, that's so interesting.
That's unconscionable.
Yeah. Very interesting. There's going to be a whole lot of retrials. A device that I'm retweeting now, then you can see, turns human sweat into a charger without you moving a muscle. Wearable device turns human sweat into a charger without you ever moving a muscle, and it looks like a little sticker that sticks to your skin but has electrodes on it.
Ooh.
And so you could charge your phone while you hold it from your fingertips.
You just have to connect it to your nipples, and then the anode and the cathode, and boom, you're charging.
You could charge yourself.
Get in the right pattern, you could do EKGs on that thing.
Don't reverse them,
You can put some LoRa stuff in there, have long-range communications, 10 kilometers out, it's low bandwidth. You can do some crazy stuff with that.
Let's connect nipples and charge each other.
Wonder how many of us it would take to charge a Tesla.
Whoa, how do we get there?
Is it just me, or did we all get vaccination shots today? What's happening here?
Sorry, it's literally just I'm back and I bring a really weird fucking energy.
That's exactly right.
If you wanted to get serious again.
That's exactly right. Facebook Pay available off of Facebook, starting with Shopify in August, and we had the break. I told you we would see the headline 7 hours later. We were the first to cover it because Michelle kind of gave us the heads up in the DMs, and I even said it.
You actually talked about this last week, Tyler.
Huh?
You actually talked about the Facebook payment initiative and all that stuff last week, so I think you were even ahead of your
I might have sources. Bird attempts to check this out. We covered yesterday that Voi, which is the little city scooters, the little electronic, city scooter company in the Nordics called Voi has added a camera to the front of the bikes that can tell if you're riding in a proper area or not. And if you're riding in an improper area, it will tell you, hey, idiot, go ride in the correct area. Or it'll stop the bike, probably. And now Bird is attempting to make it harder to ride their little electronic scooters when you're drunk. Bird adds an in-app checkpoint requiring riders to enter a keyword before riding electronic scooters late at night to discourage riders under the influence. So if you try to ride a Bird around the time that you might be drunk, it's going to make you do a little math problem that you probably won't be able to do while you're drunk, and that keeps drunk people off of Birds. Pretty clever. Closing the digital divide may take more than free devices. A really interesting article from Bloomberg that Faraz found that a new program in Barcelona will flood one low-income neighborhood with technology, training, and resources designed to get residents up to speed, because even some areas, even once they have the hardware, still lack the digital sophistication of how to take advantage of it. And that's why the digital divide might take more than free devices, because even if you gave free devices out to areas, they might not have the skills to fully take advantage of it. They need the training and the resources and upskilling to take advantage of the free hardware. It's a great point. Well, thank you for that one.
Yeah, there's actually some research to suggest that even if you give people mobile devices, that's not sufficient. You actually need more of a desktop environment or ecosystem, because there is more behind the scenes or access to code and all of those things. So even just giving somebody an iPhone doesn't help them in the long run. Some studies from Korea suggested that. So giving people a PC requires that you also teach them how to use that and so on. And that's a process that doesn't happen overnight.
So unless they're under 10 years old and then they figure it out on their own somehow, it's kind of one of
Jupyter notebooks for everyone.
Yeah. So Malaysia has chosen Ericsson as its choice for 5G, which is kind of interesting, and it's a very simple headline, but there is this global land grab between Huawei 5G and Ericsson 5G. They are the two big 5G providers. And America has told all its allies, don't you dare think about using Huawei. And so a lot of the world's using Ericsson for its 5G. And some of the world is using Huawei. India went with Ericsson. France went with Ericsson. And anyway, it's interesting that Malaysia has gone with Ericsson because that one was not obvious. But it's what this is doing is giving an early accurate indicator of which countries are going to be on which side of this developing Cold War between the US and China, essentially. So Malaysia choosing Ericsson sends an interesting signal, especially in these countries where it's unclear which way Thailand's going to go. It's one of those really unclear countries, actually. And there's others. But Malaysia doing Ericsson is an interesting headline for that reason. Amazon reportedly worked on an Alexa wearable for kids. And what could go wrong? Another way
It's like the warehouse workers. Start them early.
Start them early. You could start getting paid now. Lemonade stand next to the Amazon box. Amazon reportedly worked on an Alexa wearable for kids with GPS and some kind of integration with Amazon Kids Plus. Amazon toyed with yet another way of ingratiating itself into the lives of you and your family. You could tell this journalist loves Amazon. Ingratiating itself into the lives of you and your family through an Alexa-enabled wearable for kids. Bloomberg reports the device was considered for Amazon's 2020 product roadmap, according to documents Bloomberg viewed, and it would have added to the company's growing stable of kid-focused tech products. A $99 wearable, codenamed Seeker, would reportedly feature GPS voice activation, presumably for some kind of Alexa features, and be targeted for children between ages 4 and 12. The finer details of the physical design of the device seem like they were still up in the air. Bloomberg writes that the wearable could have come as a clip, keychain, or wristband. The goal seemed to be delivering exclusive Amazon Kid Plus content, formerly Amazon Free Time, While allowing parents to track and communicate with their kids, Amazon reportedly also worked with Disney on a wearable called Magic Band. The wearable wouldn't have been Amazon's first time at the Kid Tech Rodeo, as they did other things.
This sounds like a journalist is going to be getting very highly ranked. They're going to get future leaks from the company for their positive responses on all this. They're going to get very highly ranked on there.
As Chris is very cleverly teasing a headline that we discovered a month ago, that Amazon ranks every article that gets written about them and tracks the journalists who write those articles to develop a kind of social credit score for journalists and how friendly or unfriendly they are with their coverage of Amazon. And so, indeed, that journalist will not be getting invited to Amazon's PR pool party. Facebook will pay $1 billion to creators. We covered that because it's now a competition for creators. And Microsoft attributes new SolarWinds attacks to Chinese hacker group. Because now it's Russia and China hitting on SolarWinds. And why let Russia have all the fun? I mean, really. So, also, Cheryl reporting that Russia races to build giant icebreakers for Arctic dominance. There you go. Thinking ahead. That's how you win up there at the North Pole. You start building your icebreakers now, as Russia is now doing. Russia races to build giant icebreakers for Arctic dominance. Clever.
They are so excited to have a whole new range of warm water ports. It is like it's the history of Russia is like, can we get better ports? Can we get better ports? It's amazing.
Yeah, they are.
St. Petersburg. They're like, we're finally going to get to do this.
It's a great point. They're essentially landlocked, except for ice-covered waters that don't work. And now, due to global warming, hallelujah, we actually have ports that are not frozen by ice, and Russia couldn't be happier about it. So CRISPR stops coronavirus replication in humans. We covered that one. Thank you to whoever sent that. Amazon with their children device. Again, thank you to who sent that. ECB starts next digital euro stage with investigative phrase. Yes, the European Central Bank is working on digital euro, and Twitter did see a surge in government demands for taking down content. We covered that. And India is bombarding Twitter with user data requests and demands for removal of content. We covered that. And a lot of people sending in now duplicate articles here. So I will... here's one. Facebook and its advertisers are panicking as the majority of iPhone users are not opting into being tracked, which is why they're going into social commerce and VR. Yeah, they don't really have a choice. We got that. And the Dogecoin creator said crypto is a joke. We got that. Climate change article here. Severe flooding sweeps Germany and Belgium, killing at least 46. 2 firefighters are among the dead as officials ponder possible link to climate change. Gee, I wonder. And it's unfortunate. But there we go. What was this one, Heyman? Match your favorite tech newsers and pictures below. Israeli defense minister calls to expand force buildup to respond to Iran's nuclear activity, where it's now being reported that Iran has enriched uranium. And that's been Israelis' worst nightmare now coming true this week in those headlines. So just tweeting that one out, that the Israeli defense minister calls to expand force buildup to respond to Iran's new nuclear activities and capabilities, because they have sworn to wipe Israel off the map if they do manage to end this whole evolution of their ability to enrich uranium is ostensibly precisely towards those pre-stated aims, which causes Israel to assassinate their nuclear scientists, as they've notoriously been doing for many years now.
It could have been so different. It could have been like a peaceful thing with stuff. The whole history of how America not armed, but we gave them nuclear power plants, and there was a strange history with this whole thing. It could have been so different.
Yeah. Putin ordered spy plot to back... Oh, this is from Kuram. Kuram, are you with us? What is this about? Here about Putin and Trump? Is Kuram's not with us? It says, Putin ordered spy plot to back Trump in 2016 election. Documents show. What is this? Exclusive. It's fiction. Trump tears into disgusting fake news report from left-wing UK newspaper The Guardian that Putin had compromat on him and backed him to win election because he was mentally unstable and would create social turmoil in the US. Now, I have to ask, is the Daily Mail in the UK a worthwhile publication?
Just throwing us out there, and I have seen like BuzzFeed scenarios where you have like the most pile of trash, and then every once in a while you'll find like these articles. They're like, holy crap, this is amazing. Yeah. But it's like, yeah.
Well, they're calling it an exclusive, and the bullet points are as follows. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 bullet points. Here they are. Putin ordered his intelligence services to help Trump in 2016, leaked report says. He allegedly held a meeting with spy chiefs in January 2016 to discuss the plans. Documents obtained by The Guardian suggest the Kremlin has compromising material on Trump from his visits to Moscow before he became president. Former President Trump told Daily Mail the report was disgusting and called it fake news. Kremlin thought Trump Kremlin thought a Trump win would cause destabilization of U.S. political system. Guardian doesn't say where the documents came from or how they have been authenticated, and the Kremlin has rejected their authenticity. In January 2016, Trump was one of 12 candidates fighting to be GOP nominee. Putin's spokesman calls it pulp fiction. So where is this Guardian?
Guardian is well respected, Heyman.
Yeah, I know that.
I mean, Tyler.
Right, so now I've got the Guardian article open, and it says, Kremlin papers appear to show Putin's plot to put Trump in White House. And this is dated today, so this is news. Exclusive from the Guardian. Documents suggest Russia launched secret multi-agency effort to interfere in U.S. democracy and put Trump in the White House. Here's the article. This is huge. Because, let's see.
This was confirmed by our own intelligence agents. This is, this
No
pretty well-known stuff. Yeah.
Can you send me an article about that, Dan, please? Vladimir Putin personally authorized a secret spy agency operation to support a quote-unquote mentally unstable Donald Trump in the 2016 presidential election during a closed session of Russia National Security Council, according to what are assessed to be leaked Kremlin documents. The key meeting took place 26th of January 2016, the paper suggests, with the Russian president, his spy chiefs, and senior ministers all present. They agreed a Trump White House would help secure Moscow's strategic objectives, among them social turmoil in the U.S. and weakening the American president's negotiation position. Russia's 3 spy agencies were ordered to find practical ways to support Trump in a decree appearing to bear Putin's signature. By this point, Trump was the frontrunner of the Republican Party. A report prepared by Putin's expert department recommended Moscow use all possible force to ensure Trump victory. And The Guardian has shown the documents to independent experts who say they appear to be genuine. Incidental details come across as accurate. The overall tone and thrust is said to be consistent with Kremlin security thinking. The Kremlin responded dismissively. Putin's spokesperson Dmitry Peskov said the idea that Russian leaders had met and agreed to support Trump at the meeting in early 2016 was a great pulp fiction when contacted by The Guardian on Thursday morning. The report is classified as secret. It says Trump is the most promising candidate from the Kremlin's point of view. The word in Russian is perspektivny. There is a brief psychological assessment of Trump, who is described as an impulsive, mentally unstable, and unbalanced individual who suffers from an inferiority complex. The papers refer to certain events that happened during Trump's trips to Moscow. Security Council members are invited to find details in the Appendix 5. At paragraph 5, the document states it's unclear what the appendix contains. It is acutely necessary to use all possible force to facilitate Trump's election to the post of the U.S. president, the paper says.
That's interesting because a few years ago, after the Snowden leaks, the Kremlin stated that they would be doing any sort of communication within the Kremlin, not electronically, rather through typewritten, like a typewriter, those kind of reports. So to get one of those reports, it's kind of fascinating that we were able to do that. But I think they also traced the money, and the amount was something as low as $80 million for the whole campaign, which is, quite a bargain compared to how much we pay for the elections.
That's quite that's a really interesting point you make about the typewriters. Like they were really serious about that one. So I wouldn't have caught that. That's very interesting.
I'm picking.
So I sent you what you asked for. Here is this is from the actual U.S. government report. It says we assess that Russian President Putin authorized and a range of Russian government organizations conducted influence operations aimed at denigrating President Biden's candidacy and the Democratic Party, supporting former President Trump, undermining public confidence in the electoral process, and exacerbating social political divisions in the U.S. So that's actually the official report from the National Intelligence Council.
Did you tweet that?
The best part of this.
Here we go. I got your DM.
But now we have the Daily Mail, so that makes it official.
March 2021.
Yeah.
I got it.
Yeah, Donald Trump has already released a statement on this, which is hilarious because it's like the statements when he was accused of rape. He said, if I wanted to do a coup, I wouldn't be doing it with General Milley.
In National Intelligence Council Foreign Threats to the 2020 U.S. federal elections, declassified on March 15th. And was there any published articles about this now unclassified?
Oh yeah, it covered a lot. And I sent you another one where they, I think CNBC or something that covered it. And there's a whole bunch. If you just search for it, there's a lot.
Was there a summary on here at the bottom, I guess?
In the government report, I just read the summary. Yeah, there's like several points, and one of the points they summarized is that Russia tried to help Trump. Yes.
Background: this document is a declassified version of a classified report provided to the president. The intelligence community rarely can publicly reveal the full extent and knowledge of specific information. Scope note, definition, source of information. Which page was the summary on?
Let me go back to it. It's up there. Key judgments, page. Well, it's page I guess it's in the upfront part. It says key judgments 1, key judgments 2. It's key judgment 2 is the one that talks about Russia helping Trump. And
but you sent me
right up front, the first few pages.
It's a 15-page PDF that you sent.
Yeah, but it's about page. Well, there's a title and stuff. It's about page 4 or 5, I guess.
Okay.
It's
Page 4. Key judgment 1. We have no indications that any foreign actor attempted to alter any technical aspect of the voting process in the 2020 elections, including voter registration, casting ballots, vote tabulation, or reporting. And you're saying it's key judgment 4?
Number 2. Look at
number 2.
No, next one. The next one.
Got it. Key judgment 2. Let me zoom in. My eyes are getting bad. We assess that Russian President Putin authorized and a range of Russian government organizations conducted influence operations aimed at denigrating President Biden's candidacy and the Democratic Party. Yes, no doubt they did that on Facebook, no less. Supporting former President Trump. Yeah, no doubt on Facebook. Exactly. Undermining public confidence in the electoral process. Absolutely. And exacerbating social political divisions in the U.S. Yes, of course. Unlike in 2016, we did not see persistent cyber efforts to gain access to election infrastructure. Okay. A key element of Moscow strategy this election cycle was to use of proxies linked to Russian intelligence to push influence narratives, including misleading and unsubstantiated allegations against President Biden, to use U.S. media organizations, U.S. officials, prominent U.S. individuals. I read all of that. It doesn't refer to them working directly with Trump, as the Guardian article does.
Yeah, I think the really interesting thing about this is, in general, the Russians tend to play by our rules and win against us, playing by our rules. And I think we just didn't think strategically enough about all the ways that we were open to foreign influence. So I think some of it is like fair game? Because we also tend to influence other countries, right? I think in general, we're actually 20 countries ahead of Russia in terms of history of political influence.
Yeah, the new Kremlin papers that the Guardian got their hands on is a whole other level beyond what that intelligence.
Yeah, well, you're saying with it to tie into Trump, but of course everybody wonders that what Putin had on Trump, because you couldn't explain Trump's actions
Right.
and fealty to Putin without believing he had something on him. So it seems pretty clear, but just no one knows what it is. Everybody's kind of curious.
He
Sure, it
married
will
a
come
red
out someday.
sparrow. I think he married a red sparrow. That's what happened.
I'll tweet you guys a Substack about all the Russian master list of official Russian claims that proved to be bogus. This was done by Matt Taibbi, who's well respected in the journalism area.
By some, he's well respected. By most,
well, Justin, hold on, Justin. Coming from you, I have to be careful there.
Justin,
right?
did you cover this?
He's well respected, though.
He's
well respected.
I did. I'm just trying to figure out
being here on the stage.
Whether we should go with Heyman's medical expertise or the guy who actually worked.
No, hold on. You can't throw that at me because I am evidence-based. Medicine is evidence-based, and I always look at all the sides before I make a statement. So be careful there.
You're the great political analyst here.
No, I'm not an analyst. I'm not a public relations person either.
Hey, Justin, let's do a MedTech room right after this together.
Totally, we could totally do it.
So no, but Justin, tell us what's going on with this Guardian article about Kremlin papers appear to show Putin's plot to put Trump in the White House.
Yeah, so the first is we have to preface it with saying we really don't know if these are actually Kremlin papers or not.
Well, because the Kremlin says they're not, and so it's up. That really makes it confusing.
Well, Democrats also said they were, so that's another lie.
Again, I'll have to defer to Heyman. His expertise here. Working on.
I'll bring in the force. I'll bring in the evidence too.
Working on the presidential campaign for the RNC, really.
That's a Republican Party, right? That's a Republican Party.
Step one, we've got your disclaimer that we don't know that it's pure. It's not truly verifiable yet. Go ahead.
Yeah, because we just don't know who leaked it, why they leaked it, what the motives are.
Right.
So that's step one. That's okay. Everything else, I think, from my perspective, has been clearly identified as relatively factual by the 17 U.S. intelligence committees. If you go back, I think the document was published in 2017. They go through what the Russian government was doing in our election systems. And the things that stuck out to me in these documents specifically were, one, the Russian government, at the direction of Vladimir Putin, wanted Trump to win. Two, just maybe as importantly, they went on a misinformation and disinformation campaign with the direct goal of sowing discord in American society to the point where they were basically trying to divide our society and bring us down. And then three, I think, is the compromat aspect that has been referenced, I think, when I came into this room. So all that being said, that is all outlined by our own intelligence agencies, and it's also backed up by anybody, Republican or Democrat, who has any knowledge of Russia. Vladimir Putin has not a disdain for Hillary Clinton, but an extreme hatred for Hillary Clinton.
Yeah, she said you have no soul, right?
Stemming back to, she did say that. She said that she was making a mockery of George W. Bush's statement that he looked into Putin's eyes and saw his soul. And she said he has no soul. But it actually stems back a little bit, to be very blunt, to 2012. There were protests in Moscow. There was the Orange Revolutions going on. Vladimir Putin directly blames Hillary Clinton essentially for trying to create regime change in his part of the world and ultimately get him ousted. And then finally, when he retook power from Medvedev, Hillary Clinton was a staunch opponent to him kind of coming back into power. So Putin hates Clinton. Clinton has been a staunch Russia hawk. And ultimately, what I would say is, I don't know if these documents are true, i.e., I don't know if they were actually actual Russian documents, but everything here has been corroborated, verified, uncovered by our intelligence agencies, and nothing
same
really
intelligence
surprises me.
that told about weapons of mass destruction, right, in Iraq. So we have to be careful about, like, we need to get sources from around the world. We cannot rely on one source to identify. Like, you can't clear your own evidence, right? You need to have international people clearing this evidence. So that's what I'm saying. Do you trust ABC News? Because ABC News also said the same stuff about Clinton and Putin, and they're not really as bad as what the Democratic Party wishes to say.
Let's hear from the political analyst. Let's hear from the political analyst.
So I'd just like to say one thing before the fact that they were written on a typewriter, if they are the official original documents, you can actually carbon date them. So that's one interesting detail that if that comes up, that's something to look for or listen for.
Guys, we have a political analyst. Let's hear from the political analyst. Come on, Justin. Let's hear it from you. You're the political analyst expert.
From my understanding of everything, what I'm trying to express is...
No, you're the expert, so you don't have an
matter
understanding. You're the expert on everything, right?
If it doesn't matter if these documents are real. We had Dimitri on, who was the co-founder of CrowdStrike. He was also their CTO last night. And we were talking about this all last night. He was the independent third-party...
Were you the expert on CrowdStrike as well?
Why are you upset for us?
No, I'm not upset. I'm just trying to figure out what this topic of being an expert on everything is about. You think other people can't talk to you because you claim to be the expert on every matter around politics? You're the expert on China. You're the expert on the U.S. You're the expert on all forms of politics. This is a room where everyone gets the right to talk and debate with you. What are you doing telling people you're an expert on?
Well, Faraz, actually, I never said I was an expert.
No, you said you're an expert. Hang on. Other people try and talk to you. You tell them you're an expert.
He actually didn't. Just to be clear, though, he didn't.
No, one sec. So when I sit in the Middle East, I don't say I'm a Middle Eastern expert. I don't say I'm a Middle Eastern expert. I don't say I'm a Chinese expert. I don't say I'm.
He didn't say he was an expert, though, Faraz. I understand
he said
your
he's
point,
a political
but
analyst.
But he did not say expert. Like,
wait a second, Michael. Mike, wait a second, brother. Wait a second. I'm talking about a continuous. You weren't here in the other room the other day with China and with Kai, and this is repeated behavior that goes on in this room. And Tyler, by all means, tell me to shut up, man. You're the mod.
I think
tell me to shut
I'll
up.
let
fuck that. Let him have
this is a clear room. This is a clear room, man. Everyone gets a chance to debate. Everyone gets a chance to talk. But you can't be putting people down. Always telling them, I'm a political analyst. I'm a political analyst. So let's defer. I'm a political analyst.
Something
so
like that now?
No, but you cannot put another individual down by continuously saying,
but you're applying something
I'm a political
overall.
analyst, so let's defer to Heyman. I'm a political analyst, so let's defer to that person. Because clearly that person is, you know exactly what he did. He's implying sarcasm on Heyman. He's implying sarcasm on other people by saying that he's a political analyst, so he clearly has a better opinion.
Too much into it.
Yeah,
really?
That's I understand your point. No, here's the thing for us. I understand.
Come on, Mike. You know exactly what I'm doing.
No, I do. Yeah, I do. I understand your point, but what I'm saying is that in this particular case, Heyman, first of all, obviously everyone in here respects Heyman and understands that he has valid points and he has a voice.
Heyman never says he's the medical expert.
But nobody. Here's the point. Here's the point that I'm saying, though.
I'm not ever an expert. I never say that.
Yeah, no, and that's my point. Is that I understand what you're trying to say, but that said, let's also not throw around things that weren't said in the room right now. Like, he never claimed to be a political expert. He just was saying he was making points based on the thing that he focuses on most for this particular case. Now, the fact that he was definitely being sarcastic towards Heyman and throwing jabs here and there, but we've always thrown jabs at each other. I don't think it was. I don't think it was ill intent.
No one's hurt. It's just a discussion, right? This is all. It's just a debate.
That's my point. It wasn't
I have my own way of jabbing. I'm throwing hooks. Let him throw hooks at me.
Playful.
It's exactly. It's just a debate. This is how debate should be, right?
It was
this is how
evidence kind of thing. It wasn't
exactly
crazy for us.
No, there's no one side to any story. No, but it's all, like, honestly, like, this is what the whole great thing about tech news around the world is, right? We're here and we're from around the world and we see things from different perspectives. That's the great part, right? And also we have to listen to different sides of the story. Because ultimately it's us who decides, not some agency or not some report, because that's what we should be doing. We should be encouraging people to be thinking about these things, right? More in
Exactly.
detail, and not relying on one or two sources, not relying on so-called experts, right? All of us on stage, it's just that anyone could be on the stage and anyone could actually have a valid point, right? But the key
Exactly.
thing is just respecting it and also basically going through. And even to the CloudStrike story, I could even give a Voice of America story where CloudStrike had to retract so many of their Russian allegations because they misrepresented data from a British think tank. And that was evidence that they said that Russia hacked into the Ukraine artillery and all this other stuff. That brings us to question about...
Feel free.
Yeah.
So all that I wanted to say is I've never claimed to be
Yeah,
an expert.
no.
Clearly, Faraz is upset. I don't know why, but
No, he's not upset. He's
No.
Faraz, this is how he... Remember, Faraz, that's how he spars.
Let's get two things clear. Let's get two things clear. No. Let's get two things clear. Tyler, please shut me up if I'm wrong, brother. This is your
You're
area.
okay. Finish your point for us. You're okay.
Okay.
Finish your point.
This is the way Tyler began this room. This is a stage open to all opinions, open to everyone, new, old, member, no member. Okay? Everyone gets a say on this stage. No one is an expert unless Tyler moves someone, unless the mods move someone. So when you imply something out of sarcasm and saying, well, let's defer to Heyman because he is the expert and I'm the political analyst, that says that Heyman is a doctor or he's a medical expert or that person is a video games expert, which is not right.
No,
Which is
that's a
bonkers.
light jab.
That sets the wrong tone for new people on the stage.
But there are people on this site that know
speaking.
more
I'm done
about
speaking.
AI than most people.
Exactly.
There are people on this site that know more about
What does that mean?
semiconductors than other people. I know more
What
about
does that mean?
just a light
other
jab.
people, but it
What
doesn't
does that
matter
mean? We can't
because...
debate?
No,
What does
hold
that mean?
on.
We can't debate?
But claiming that you therefore need to have 100% knowledge about something is a false charge.
point
You
is
did that
done.
with
I
me
won't
on
waste
climate.
your time on Tyler.
Just because you know more than most people about a particular subject doesn't mean you know everything about that subject. It just means you're better. It's something you paid more attention to.
I've ever heard. Well said. Y'all a bunch of nerds. Like, chill out, bro. Y'all nerded out.
No, hold on, guys. I think, you know what? The one thing we have to all realize is we all come from different perspectives. We all come from different backgrounds. We have our own experiences. We do our own research and stuff. The key thing here is just respect it. And also, it's a good thing. This is great. This is exactly what we need in our world, right? A little bit more debates. This is what we need because we are giving so much opinions in our world, especially through mass media, that we have been numb to real good stuff. We have to start questioning things. Whether it's climate, whether it's AI, whether it's politics, whether it's anyone. If we have guests who only want one side and want to sell only their story, we definitely have to kick them off the stage, honestly. They have to be open to questioning. That's how we improve things. That's how we actually question things.
Here's the last thing I'll say.
Everybody.
This is the last thing I'm going to say about it. My dad and Putin used to be roommates in college, and he says Putin used to eat a tuna sub every Friday.
Hell yeah!
God damn it, Mike! You make everyone laugh,
fault.
no matter how furious they are, man. Anyway,
but is it real
right,
tuna?
Let's move.
So let's move on.
Yes.
Well, this reminds me of a quote
is it
by Edgar Allan Poe, and that is, "Believe nothing you hear and only half of what you see."
Was that before he married his 14-year-old cousin, or?
Oh.
Just
That's
kidding.
good information.
I mean, he did, but just kidding.
Yeah, I know.
So back, Justin, you were just about to get into the conversation you'd had here in Clubhouse yesterday.
One thing is, look, we're all family here. It's a bad term. I shouldn't say family, right? We're all humans here, right? And just don't take anything personal. That's the one thing people all in the audience.
He did it. He's got no. Justin doesn't have a problem. So here's the question: is you basically, to summarize, said it's a big, to be determined because we can't concretely confirm anything at this point, and that's not. There's nothing. There's nothing provocative about that statement. If anything, you're watering down our parade on wanting to get down to the bottom of it prematurely. But I'm really curious to hear, because of the time zone difference, I wasn't able to join with the guy from CrowdStrike. How did that? You had the conversation in your room at length in a kind of a deep dive format. Did anything come from that?
Yeah, no. I'm really calm. I actually just bought a new iPad, so I'm trying it out on Clubhouse, just like trying to get my bearings here of what's going on, why people are so upset. But the conversation was really interesting, and at the end of the day, he reiterated what the intelligence community has determined, what Trump's own political appointees have said is fact, what the Democrats have said is fact, what the Republicans in the Senate have said is fact. The Russians interfered in our elections through a disinformation, misinformation campaign. Their goals were twofold: to elect Donald Trump and also to sow discord throughout American society. And I think that the point is, we don't know if these Russian documents are true. We don't know, like, I personally can't figure out why the Kremlin would leak these documents now. But I'm trying to express that it doesn't matter if they are true or not. You have people in the United States who supported Trump. You have people in the United States who didn't support Trump, all coming to the same conclusion. There was meddling in our elections by the Russians. There's objective facts that show that, and they did so for the reasons that I already laid out. The CrowdStrike guy, like him or not, think he's full of shit or not, he did create what is now the world's largest cybersecurity company. So he's pretty good at cybersecurity. They were the ones that the Democratic National Committee called in 2016 to kind of deal with this issue. He's the one who looked at these servers. It was based on his information that he gave us last night that kind of was unequivocally clear. So again, I said this on on my show, like, we have Greg Sattel, a great expert in Eastern European matters, created multiple media companies in Ukraine and Poland. And he brought this story up, and I told him it's much to do with nothing. We already know all of this is factually true. So that's my take on it.
Tyler, can I quickly come in?
Sure.
Yeah. Sorry.
Are you an expert? Hold on. Are you an expert, Karim?
Enough of that. I just don't want to go into that.
Quick, check his bio.
But Karim, please,
okay,
but please identify if you think it's actually tuna or not before you start.
All right. Okay. No,
that's a good test, actually.
Okay, so the reason I wanted to actually discuss that, okay, so this topic was for Justin's room, and I didn't want to even tag here that we would be actually discussing and unpacking all this here in the tech newsroom around the world. The reason I actually wanted to do that, so this whole story actually started from Cambridge Analytica, and, there's a tech element. So presume that this whole thing happened. Let's say not go into all the details like about that, whether Russia wanted to do that or what happened. So from the perspective that basically it happened, let's say it happened. And if it happened, then how it happened. And that's where the tech element comes in. So at the Cambridge case, it was all Twitter trending and basically manipulating the whole concept on the actual public opinion element. Now this is more deeper, that how can we actually use the technology in order to bring about this, public opinion change, and not just in the social sphere, but also on more deeper level. Now, moving into the direction where these sovereign governments are moving into suppressing the Twitter and getting a control, could that be in line with that the future manipulations doesn't happen from that perspective? So I just wanted to actually discuss that from purely tech perspective, that if it happens in the future, let's say what happened, but what's going to be happening in the future, that the government's going to be made and get broken up, or like actually manipulation is going on, at what level? Is it just the social media, or is it like, our IT systems or the actual tech industry, which we discussed? For instance, tech giants are getting such a special place now that the FM from the Taiwanese couple of top giants were able to actually get the jabs from Germany, whereas the Taiwanese couldn't do so from the political side of it. So now this tech actually started to playing a role which is going to rule the world in a physical manifestation. And that's the major development. And that's what I wanted to discuss from this particular story.
Okay. So other stuff happening since we've had that conversation people tweeting in very interesting stuff as usual. And there's now, here we go, a whole bunch of stuff. That was the Kremlin story. African scientists have created a CRISPR-edited banana that's resistant to disease ravaging farms across the continent. And that, yes, that is actually a big deal because it's not widely known yet, but it is possible that the current banana, as Westerners know it, is looking to become extinct. And the banana.
Did they mention Panama strain in there?
So, say again.
Do they mention Panama strain in there? That's actually one of the biggest threats that thing faces.
It might. I haven't opened the article yet. But by the way, the banana that is popularized now in the West, particularly, is itself not the first banana. It was a replacement of a previous banana. And the current banana itself might need to be replaced again due to an issue. But go ahead, Chris, if you have. I'm going to open the article.
If you have the tasty little flavors that they have for the chemical things for candies and such, sometimes the banana flavors are actually an embodiment of the original flavor, the first variety of banana before those went. I don't know if they went extinct, but they just got wiped out. So. We might have to preserve a current banana flavor and a current one. Another fun thing is if you ever see those old cartoons when people slip on banana peels, the original versions had way, way more slippery to them. Yeah. So I don't know what the next version of the banana that we basically end up having our global trade good, but it might have other bizarre properties.
Yeah, bananas are notoriously susceptible to disease because they are all clones. In the past, varieties of banana have been driven virtually extinct by infections like the Panama disease, as Chris said, and today's virus, bacteria, and fungi are threatening the world's banana supply. But if CRISPR can help bananas survive, it may offer a solution to the plant's other enemies too. And it's a big issue. There's starting to be a bunch of documentaries about it, about the threat to the banana. There's a bacterial disease that spreads easily and kills any banana plant it infects. Farmers' only recourse once an infection takes hold is to cut down and burn the entire plant, meaning the farm. Every species of cultivated banana is susceptible to this bacterial disease known as BXW. And in places where the fruit is primarily sourced of both income and food, such as Africa, an infection can threaten not only farmers' livelihood, but the entire local economy. In an attempt to stop the devastation caused by BXW, International Institute of Tropical Agriculture scientists in Kenya set out to develop a disease-resistant banana thanks to CRISPR, essentially. They're trying to genetically modify bananas to be resistant to BXW. And for their study, they focus on a gene called BMR6 during a pathogen infection, and expression of the gene increases, and that suppresses the plant's immune function. And anyway, it's a really interesting topic that, again, has not made any kind of mainstream media yet, but likely will as it continues. So,
one quick comment before we go on to the next one. For people that are interested in the history of the banana, it's one of the most fascinating subjects ever. You look at this company called the United Fruit Company, the Eisenhower administration, the banana republics. There's a huge geopolitics history behind bananas, which is fascinating. Also ties into the history of shipping container, agricultural policy, cash, food exports, all crazy stuff.
And then try not to get too you'll end up in the Cuban Revolution, believe it or not, if you go down that rabbit hole.
Not to sound like an expert here or anything, but I think
on bananas,
I think Chris, on whatever the fuck you want to call me an expert on. The United Fruit, isn't that the company that literally went and started a coup?
Yes,
multiple.
Actually, bro, I think on bananas you might have an expertise.
Yeah, it sounds crazy, but I mean, they call them banana republics for a reason related to bananas. And what happened is that company got too powerful in South America. And what happened was, if I recall correctly, it was Panama that first, was started.
Good Woody Allen movie, Bananas, if you want to watch it.
I believe it's Bolivia decided that the land that was being used by this big American banana company, they took it back. They took the land back from the banana company and gave it to the citizens, because this new president said, you know what? Fuck these big American conglomerate, this
I think
big.
It's Guatemala. They did it in multiple countries, but Guatemala, I think, was the big one.
Well, yeah, it happened multiple times, but the point was they were starting to reconfiscate land and give it back to the farmers, the citizens. And then the banana company went to the American government and said, hey, we've got problems down here in South America. They're taking our land for our bananas. And the American government got involved, toppled over those politicians who were taking the land back from the banana farmers. And hence America's reputation, perhaps deserved, for being disruptive in elections. And that's why it's a bit ironic when we get all up in a tizzy about the Russians meddling in our elections. And it's why the Che Guevara was kind of, resisting down there all of this American meddling in these South American elections and whatnot, and assassinations of politicians. It gets very crazy. And then when Castro was exiled out of Cuba for trying to lead the beginnings of a revolution there, very early got removed. He and his brother Raul ended up down in South America, met Che Guevara, convinced him to come help them take back Cuba, which they did. And it's wild. That's why I said you do end up in Cuban Revolution if you start looking into the banana issues.
I have a really short 3 sentences, but it's really hilarious from Wikipedia with things. So John Foster Dulles represented the United Fruit Company, whereas with law partner Sullivan Cromwell. He negotiated the United Fruit Deal with Guatemalan officials in the 1930s. He was Secretary of State under Eisenhower. His brother, who did legal work for the company, sat on its board of directors, was head of the CIA under Eisenhower. The American ambassador to the UN was a large owner of United Fruit stock. Ed Whitman, the United Fruit PR man, was married to Ann Whitman, Dwight Eisenhower's personal secretary. He says, you could not see these connections until you could, and then you could not stop seeing them. Basically, everyone involved in the administration has stock United Fruit Company, and they're saying, all right, we're going to take down those communists now. It's great.
Bananas. And by the way, there is a fantastic documentary from Sweden called Bananas. Also, not the Woody Allen movie. There's a documentary about how the banana companies even today are causing cancer in the communities who are cultivating the bananas on the farms, because they're spraying cancer-causing chemicals on the workers as they're harvesting bananas. And then that documentarian who made that movie, which is a very small Swedish documentarian, started getting so much legal shit over making the documentary before it was even finished that he's now made a second documentary called Grown Men Going Bananas about the legal troubles of making the first movie. So it's now a 2-part documentary. The first movie, Bananas, about the issue of the chemicals on the banana plants. The second movie about all of the craziness of the banana company trying to stop him from making the first movie.
Very unappealing.
Okay, so other news. Another article covering the first ever thought-to-speech brain implant successfully trialed by UC San Francisco in partnership with Facebook. What do you know, Joe? And it actually shows the device that they implanted in the individual in this case. Truly fascinating. On a lighter note, here are the finalists to be included in the Emoji 14.0 update in September. All the new emojis that you will soon see on your phone, including x-rays and crutches and a disco ball. And
hallowed be Unicode Consortium. They have basically allowed us to communicate the ideas that really need to be communicated. For people that want to have a little bit of fun with this, there's actually a process. If you want to make your own emojis, there's about 4,000 in the queue. But if you want to basically go fly to Palo Alto and make an amazing case for it, they have an annual conference, and there's a lot of behind-the-scenes lobbying, intense groups, going for and against individual emojis. They can only put a certain amount every year with things, but it's amazing.
We need a tech news around the world emoji.
Yeah, we already use the globe. We're going to popularize the globe emoji. And anyway, so there's also Google Meet, which Google's actually really starting to get behind Google Meet again. And you can see it in multiple different aspects if you look closely for it. It's bundled now into what they call Google Workplaces, where you have Gmail as your email, and Google Meet is now being unified as, their whole convergence of all of their ways to meet and call, and they've simplified it all under the branding and features of Google Meet, and it's now going to be rolled out as part of Google Glass. As Google Glass is getting ready to do its second act, where Google Glass, for the old school geeks will remember, it was really, they had a first mover advantage, and although kind of ridiculed and partly
Glassholes.
yeah, pushed out of society. Yeah, society was not ready for it at the time. It might be ready for it now. It's kind of an interesting to see how it will be challenged when it comes back.
I would love to chime in
Yeah,
here.
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't think it was not ready for it. I think it was a design flaw. And I'll tell you the big difference, because I look at this quite a lot.
Mhm.
So with the Google Glass, when you're recording, it was a solid red dot, just like you're recording with the video camera. And people were freaking out because of that, because they're in a bar relaxing, and all of a sudden someone's recording with their glasses, right?
Yep.
Now, Snapchat did the exact same thing with the Snapchat Spectacles, and people didn't freak out over it. And the main reason I think that is because instead of a red solid dot, they have a white, light that just goes around in a circle, and it
ring of
goes for
dots,
only
yeah.
a couple seconds. And so I've never had anyone freak out by the Snapchat Spectacles in the way that people do with Google Glasses. So that's just my 2 cents. This is Kevin.
Sorry, there was no red dot. So what you're saying, that at the time of the
What was the
recording there was a red dot?
generation of the device, though? There was more than one.
There wasn't any red dot. I mean, that was very subliminal recording. Like nobody would notice that you were recording. By the
But in the
way,
bar, it's just brighter.
okay, so I don't think it's about the technology. It's about the actual whatever in terms of the people not comfortable with it. The more so is Google love dumping their own products. That was it's all about. That's
Well, I
why.
think it took them a while to find the application. Like, I have a biosafety lab that I run experiments with viruses, and we were looking for a solution like this. We looked at Google Glass, and it didn't have any integration with any of the teamwork software like Google Meet. But now that that's announced, that actually looks a little bit more attractive, especially if you want to monitor somebody doing lab work. Make sure that a Wuhan thing doesn't happen again. Cough, cough, lab leaks.
They also handed it to the most socially inept people possible when they did their initial thing. And so I'm serious with things. Snapchat, when they did their thing, they're hanging out on Venice Beach with all the cool beachgoer people that are like, all in bathing suits because they're cool and fashionable and everything else.
Yeah, it's not a consumer product.
No, right, but it's that social adoption factor is a really big deal, because essentially the groups that you are your early proponents will shape all of the market that comes afterwards, because it's how people perceive it as the use cases and stuff.
Did you get one, Chris? Did you get one? Just
Oh no! Well, as a side note with things, so I did a startup with HoloLens, right? We spent I spent like 8 months with that on my head for six hours a day. It really does weird things to your perception of mixed reality, and just there's floating cubes and holograms everywhere. But one of the more hilarious things is I do these things in public places, because we're doing navigation products, right? And what's crazy about it is I end up finding out from a lot of experimentation that you can walk in with the craziest headset ever, as long as you look like you're supposed to be there. And it's just like, oh yeah, this is just perfectly normal. You go through restaurants, go through bars, go through movies, things. No one will basically raise a thing until this very moment when you look at someone, it's like, is this okay? The moment you just signal that with your body, all of a sudden everyone's like, what the hell's going on? But if you just go like, oh yeah, this is just a normal thing, just doing scans, just doing the stuff with everything, everyone will just ignore you. And then they won't even mention it to each other. It's one of the hilarious things ever. The social basic things of how people, the early proponents of these technologies, the first time people see it, is a huge part of whether these things are successful or not. It's interesting to see what the early groups are.
Another thing, I think Google doesn't know how to marketplace it. Like the actual hardware in the Google Glass cost roughly about $60 to $70, and they were selling it for $1,500, assuming that every single person is going to jump on it. And that was another element that, if you compare that with the hardware you actually buy and then we have ownership of in case of iPhone, as compared to something like which is going to actually cost you only $60, and then you are charging $1,500 for it. It's not going to fly. It's just common sense, simple. So it's just market placement wasn't right.
Had one of the coolest product launches I've ever seen for any tech demo thing, of jumping out of their own personal blimp while they're doing skydiving and then going on bikes. I wish essentially the rest of the product usage was as awesome as that tech launch demo. That was one of the coolest things ever.
Okay, Next headline here is another step closer to fusion. Discovery of 10 unknown phases of plasma could bring us closer to fusion. The innermost secrets of the stars, which would, if anything, could help us fix climate change. That would be it. That's like the holy grail. We could get endless amounts of energy instantly for next to nothing. It seems to
we already know how to do it. We just want to do it. We want to do it in a way that's cheaper and in a way that basically is more politically acceptable. You just detonate nukes in an underground chasm. You can already basically drive steam turbines. We've known how to do that since the 60s. We're just trying to make them more politically acceptable
and safer, I guess, is another way to.
You can do them safe. Project Pacer, if you want to learn more about it, I host nuclear weapons rooms on this. It's a cool subject.
Huh. U.S. Senate passes bill to ban all products from China's Xinjiang province, which I am having a little trouble with this one. It's from Reuters. It says the U.S. Senate passed legislation on Wednesday, which was yesterday, to ban the import of products from Xinjiang province. And that would mean all of the solar panel production, which we had banned 3 of the 4, and now if we're also banning the 4th, that would cause a bit of a disruption in the supply chain of solar power panels, unless we must have found some other supply outside of Xinjiang to now add that 4th Xinjiang solar power manufacturing facility.
Slave-free solar.
So the Surgeon General calls out social media platforms over COVID-19 misinformation. He's calling for big changes to how they handle content. And welcome to the party, Surgeon General. You're a bit late to that party. That ship has sailed. Go reference Tennessee, my friend. Head on over to Tennessee, Surgeon General, and see what you can do over there. Can't make this shit up. Tel Aviv plans to test residents' dog poop to identify their lazy owners. Uncleared dog poop is a menace in many urban spaces. Now Israel's capital city wants to use DNA testing to find owners who scoot after the poop. And the question is, how much will the fines be? And I guess it's not... let's hope they don't find tuna. Speaking of Israel, Israeli spyware firm linked to fake Black Lives Matter and Amnesty websites. Researchers say web domains masquerading as activists, health and media groups are used by governments to hack targets. So this is from The Guardian. This could be interesting. Let's see here. From The Guardian, no thank you for the cookies. And researchers say web domains masquerading as activists, health and media groups are used by governments to hack targets. An Israeli company that sells spyware to governments, well, that narrows it down, is linked to fake Black Lives Matter and Amnesty International websites that are used to hack targets. Oh, I see what they're doing. Researchers from Citizen Lab at the University of Toronto,
those are good people,
who worked with Microsoft, issued a report on Thursday about the potential targets of Cinderu, a Tel Aviv-based firm marketing untraceable spyware that can infect and monitor computers and phones. One way the company's spyware allegedly infects targets is through web domains, and the researchers found that the firm's software was associated with URLs masquerading as NGOs, women rights advocates, activist groups, health organizations, and news media. Citizen Lab research uncovered websites tied to Cinderu with domain names such as Amnesty Reports, Refugee International, Women's Studies, Euronews, and CNN 24/7. The researchers have not identified. So what they're doing is this is called phishing for idiots. And so they are looking for idiots who will accidentally install their spyware. And
Tyler, it might actually be way more interesting. It might actually be when you're smuggling data out, you have to check through the logs on all this kind of thing. If you basically have that, that might actually be a really effective way for going for bypassing some manual reviews. For when you already have malware on the computer and you just need a good place to shuttle it through. That's actually pretty slick.
Yeah, data laundering. So this, but to start the process, you have to find idiot victims. And so you're intentionally avoiding intelligent victims. So you're not going to try and make fake Harvard websites, because Harvard students can tell it's not a real Harvard website. But if you make something called Refugee International, not the brightest people will fall victim to thinking that this is a reputable website, when you and I can probably already tell that it's not, because you have Amnesty International and you have the UN refugee programs, but Refugee International is no such thing, and Amnesty Reports is no such thing. But people who often are social justice minded will often fall victim to these types of scams of going to illegitimate NGOs and then fall victim to having their devices hooked up with spyware. And then it says, the researchers have not identified specific targets of the websites impersonating human rights groups and have not confirmed the involvement of any specific government clients. But Microsoft said it appeared that Cinderu sells the spyware that enables the hacks, and that the government generally choose who to target and run the operations themselves. The findings suggest that the secretive and little-known company with a wide global reach could be helping governments hack and monitor people in civil society. The report comes amid growing concerns about the surveillance technologies that can aid human rights abuses and law enforcement monitoring and crackdowns on Black Lives Matter and related activist groups. And so what ends up happening is they're finding all of the people who have an interest in Black Lives Matter, because they're going to other similar sites that they set up as similar but actually fake sites, to catch all of these people who have an interest in this stuff. And Microsoft, well, as the headline says, the Israeli spyware firm linked to fake Black Lives Matter sites. Researchers say the web domains masquerading as activists are used by governments to hack targets. And the question is which governments, but they're specifically not stating in this so far. But I think we know who, because the previous point we were debating on is that Russia is intentionally trying to cause mischief in social division, and Black Lives Matter type issues are kind of at the pulse of driving this division. So it's very likely you can attempt to connect the dots and suggest that some governments are trying to cause division and using spyware to target the individuals who are likely to have intense or extreme views on particular political issues. I imagine they're also doing it on other issues more related to the far right, and these being more connected with far left.
Any and all, Tyler.
Yeah.
Any and all.
Yeah. Anyway, it's just a little more of a look into how the sausage is being made. It's a really interesting article. It's quite long. I only covered the very beginning of the article, so there's a lot more into it for those who want to read into it. Cinderella.
And just a point from last night, real quick, as you get your next article up. Yep. Which I didn't realize. So the guy we had on, like I said, he is a cybersecurity expert. He was saying that there are certain phishing techniques that are so sophisticated that he would fall for them. And he used an example of, let's say, a friend getting hacked, and then he receiving an email from that friend in a tone of voice, in a writing style consistent with everything else that he's received, and then being given an attachment to a Word document. So it was just fascinating that this cybersecurity expert said, no matter the defense that we try and use to stop these ransomware and phishing attacks, it's impossible, because there are sophisticated people doing this that can ultimately trick anybody.
So there was also the headline, that Microsoft is also accusing Israeli cybersecurity firms of selling, tools that hack Windows, which is the biggest non-headline of all time. But I did retweet out that article about, here it goes. Now it's retweeted. Sorry. There we go. And then NASA seeks proposals for commercial space station development. NASA is seeking proposals for a program to support the development of a commercial space station or stations, even as funding for that effort is in jeopardy in Congress. Interesting. Anyone want to make a space station? Got some fun. Hey, Jeff Bezos. Jeff, Elon. Hey, Elon. Are you listening? We're seeking proposals. Dear Jeff.
Did you see the one about Elon being a bit bored of running Tesla? Did you see that headline?
No.
Tyler?
I haven't.
Yeah, I'd
send it.
Yeah, I will.
A week of Reuters reporting a week of violence, arson, and looting in South Africa began to ebb in some areas, but many communities in the country aren't sure how they will survive. And I saw a documentary of this yesterday, that South Africa is really starting to unravel in a really bad way. NASA's Hubble telescope major problem found, but fix success not possible, it seems. At the moment, NASA has determined the possible cause of the payload computer problem that has affected the Hubble Space Telescope. Now it just needs to fix it. And Germany is about to block one of the biggest porn sites. Interesting. And there is a Ken, what is this one that you have about Las Vegas?
I think I sent you two of them. One of them had to do with like ride sharing or something, but the other one had to do with this thing at Resorts World, which is a new casino, which is actually owned by a company from Malaysia, Genting, and they have some new technology where they in their food court that it's
Sorry
not
to interrupt. Which company was it owned by?
Genting. You know, Genting in Malaysia has the only casino in Malaysia.
Yeah, I know Genting. Okay, sorry to interrupt.
Yeah. So Genting owns this one. This is their first Las Vegas casino. So they just opened. So they have this food court, in addition to regular restaurants, and there's a self-service, beverage thing there, which is not a big deal. You see it in McDonald's, whatever. Except this one, apparently, according to the article, the way that you pay for it is a unique technology, and also as you go down the kind of line of the different beverages, depending on how you utilize it, apparently it's going to understand your taste preferences. So you're never going to fill up with something that maybe like you've tasted before but you didn't like. So if you didn't like ginger ale or something like that, it's in the article. I didn't actually read the article that closely. I kind of just tweeted it out, but that's the gist of it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have it in front of me. I mean, okay. Tyler, you have the article in front of you, right?
That's good enough for now. I've got a whole bunch of other articles here. This new Ken, you've got this other one about the remote-controlled driverless car. You want me to do that?
Yes. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So, remote-controlled driverless car service wants to eliminate parking. A car with no one behind the wheel shows up, you get in, drive yourself to your destination, and the car drives off. Called Halo, Never Park Again. This is the future the team at Halo wants you to imagine with its new app-based ride-share service, which delivers a car to the user, lets them drive where they need to go, and then sprints the car away via remote control. The T-Mobile-backed company announced plans Thursday to launch in Las Vegas later this year. Its system of 9 cameras, radar, and ultrasonic sensors will be built into a fleet of modified Kias. So far, the remote-controlled cars have been testing on Las Vegas streets. Halo's technology is different from other autonomous car platforms like Waymo Cruise. Instead, picture something more like a mix between an Uber, a Waymo, and a Zipcar, with a human operator. And oh, that's a really weird pop-up Mashable. It's a full screen takeover. Oh my god, that was wild. Okay, Halo's technology is different. Picture something more like a mix between an Uber, a Waymo, and a Zipcar with a human operator controlling the vehicle remotely when you're not driving it. Pricing has yet to be set, but it would have to be competitive with ride and car sharing apps. And there's a photo of the remote car driver who's sitting at what looks like a video game. You really have to see that to believe it. Halo CEO envisions users ordering a car through its app and waiting as the driverless Kia makes its way to the passenger instead of a ride-share driver's car or an autonomous car with a safety driver in the front, which shows up as an empty car, albeit one driven by an operator sitting at a distant control center, watching the road through the car's cameras. With the Vegas launch, operators will also be in Vegas, but if Halo concept expands, some operators could be driving cars in different states. Once the passenger is in the car, they take over the driving. Using Halo becomes almost like a normal rental car experience with no autonomous assistance. Once at the destination, the car goes back to remote mode and the operator drives away. To someone walking by, it would look like the car is driving itself. It's also just an interesting idea that eventually autonomous cars, well, yeah, you'll get drop. You won't have to ever worry about parking anymore. That is an interesting point. In the interim, when we still own cars that can go park themselves, which in Vegas is a big issue because the parking lots are quite far and huge in the back of these casinos, and there's no parking in front of the casinos. And anyway. Vegas does make for an interesting test place because it's incredibly flat and very grid-like and a good place to test this. So anyway, thank you for that article. And then we were talking about the Tennessee vaccine manager who was fired. It's now being reported that she was sent a dog muzzle that she discovered just before she was fired. So those Tennessee folks, very, very high-class individuals down there in Tennessee.
Good Jack Daniels, though.
Great whiskey down there in Tennessee. Is Zoom secure enough? TechCrunch is asking. GSA blocks senator from reviewing documents used to approve Zoom. Security issues were discovered after Zoom was cleared across the federal government. And so now they're wondering, is Zoom secure enough? And does somebody happen to know its Chinese connections and how that's going? Is it still being routed through China? We don't know. Somebody in the audience might know. And if you do, raise your hand so we can get into that. Because that was an issue back in the early days when Zoom was starting out. Its founders, Chinese and whatnot. And Iran getting sneaky. Wired reporting that Facebook catches Iranian spies catfishing U.S. military targets. The hackers posed as recruiters, journalists, and hospitality workers to lure its victims, very much related to the earlier tactic I was referring to, where hackers initially always have to find victims and trick them into clicking on things that they think are relevant. It's kind of the age-old game of hacking. So it says the social media giant of Facebook has taken down over fewer than 200 fake profiles associated with the campaign. If you are a member of the U.S. military who's gotten friendly Facebook messages from private sector recruiters for months on end suggesting a lucrative future in the aerospace or defense contractor industry, Facebook may have some bad news. On Thursday, Facebook revealed that it's tracked, at least partially disrupted, a long-running Iranian hacking campaign that used Facebook accounts to pose as recruiters, reeling in U.S. targets with convincing social engineering schemes. That's what it's technically, we call it social engineering, when you're trying to convince idiots, people, you're trying to convince people into falling for being hacked. You have to, it's called social, quote unquote, social engineering. It's because it's not technical engineering. You're trying to hack a person's behavior, essentially. So that's why they call it social engineering. So reeling in U.S. targets with convincing social engineering schemes, before sending them malware-infected files or tricking them into submitting some sensitive credentials to phishing sites. Facebook says that the hackers also pretended to work in the hospitality or medical industries, in journalism, or at NGOs or airlines, again with the NGOs, sometimes engaging their targets for months with profiles across several different social media platforms. And unlike some previous cases of Iranian state-sponsored social media catfishing that have focused on Iran's neighbors, this latest campaign appears to have largely targeted Americans and, to a lesser extent, UK and European victims. Facebook says it removed fewer than 200 fake profiles from its platforms as a result of the investigation and notified roughly the same number of Facebook users that hackers had targeted them. Our investigation found that Facebook was a portion of a much broader espionage operation that targeted people with phishing, social engineering, spoofed websites, and malicious domains across multiple social media platforms, email and collaboration sites. Facebook's director of threat disruption said Thursday in a call with the press. Facebook has identified the hackers behind the social engineering campaign as a group known as Tortoiseshell, believed to work on behalf of the Iranian government. The group, which has some loose ties and similarities to better-known Iranian groups known by the names of APT-34, the Helix Kitten, and APT-35, or Charming Kitten, first came to light in 2019. At the time, security firm Symantec spotted the hackers breaching Saudi Arabian IT providers in an apparent supply chain attack designed to infect the company's customers with a piece of malware known as Syskit. Facebook has spotted the same malware used in this latest hacking campaign, but the far broader set of infection techniques, and with targets in the US and with other Western countries instead of the Middle East. Tortoiseshell also seems to have opted for the start of a social engineering over a supply chain attack, starting its social media catfishing in early 2018, according to security firm Mandiant. That includes far more than just Facebook, says Mandiant vice president in threat intelligence. Here's a quote. From some of the very earliest operations, they compensate for really simplistic technique approaches with really complex social media schemes, which is an area where Iran is really adept. So they're not technically skilled. They're very good at the social engineering part, not at the technical engineering part, which makes sense. So they're creating really complicated social engineering schemes on social media, targeting U.S. military targets, because the U.S. military targets aren't well trained in detecting social engineering schemes. And that's how the Iran intelligence agencies work. And they get U.S. military targets to fall victim to fake websites, to enter in credentials and infect themselves with spyware. There you go. And now Facebook is naming names. So, other interesting headlines. iPhone photo helps Georgia mom discover her son's rare eye cancer. A Georgia-based mother of three discovered that her 3-year-old son, Asher, had a rare form of cancer when she took a photo of him. And an iPhone photo kind of algorithmically helped them realize there was something peculiar. And that's quite an interesting headline in itself. And where did that go? We got the Putin headline there. We got that one. Oh, yeah, we covered the Surgeon General. And Johnson & Johnson recalls some Neutrogena and Aveeno sunscreens after it detects benzene in them. And we covered the German one. We covered that. So we're going to pause.
Did you get to the story about COVID in Alabama? The military base was the first in the U.S. to order troops to show COVID vaccine proof.
No.
I thought that was interesting. On Yahoo News, basically, there hasn't been a mandatory vaccination order for troops, but it looks like this military base, the commanding general Fort Rucker, said that all military base service members not wearing face masks will have to show proof of vaccination while on duty to combat rising COVID cases. So hopefully there'll be some executive order from Biden that actually mandates this across the country. It would make a big difference, I think.
It's going to be interesting. The Google Meet for Google Glass Edition appears open beta. More JT had more update on that. And what's this? This other one you have, Evan, of first fully electric tugboat in the U.S. to set sail. Well, not sail because tugboats don't use sails.
That is one big ass battery.
Yeah.
Imagine the amount of torque and power you need from a tugboat.
6 megawatt hours of battery. That is incredible in the port of San Diego. And then now I see your Alabama military base, first in the U.S. to order troops to show COVID vaccines. There you go. And Intel hit with a $2.2 billion patent claim methods of varying voltages and clock frequencies to save power. And we covered the biometric headline. So we will end there for today and say a huge thank you to another marathon 4-hour, 40-minute tech news around the world. But we will meet again tomorrow. Click on the title to see our upcoming meeting times for tomorrow. And thank you to everybody for all of their fantastic
research on the